Oh, well, good morning and welcome everybody to day four, our fourth and final day of technical review meetings for our Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program local parks category. Another fairly full day. Applicants will be coming and sharing their projects. And we have our advisory committee here, as well as some RCO staff to give a listen and help provide some feedback so they can come back in August with a stronger proposal. And our first applicant is here, Tia from the city of Raymond. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
PowerPoint pulled up, and then we can get going. All right, can you see that okay? Oh no, wait, I gotta share again, sorry. I had to stop sharing to get the live stream going. Now I have to reshare. A little hard to see if I'm not sharing it. There we go, how's that?
Got it.
Excellent. All right, Tia, I will pass you remote control. If you click on the screen, that should activate it for you. Yeah, looks like
it worked.
Cool.
Perfect.
Well, whenever you're ready, Tia, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Tia Channel. Today I'm presenting for the City of Raymond's Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool Renovation, Phase 2, located in downtown Raymond, Washington. The project goal is to renovate an aged and popular outdoor kiddie pool to a splash pad, offering a safer recreational option with lower maintenance costs and accessibility for those with mobility challenges. Renovation of the facility is necessary for this space to continue to be operational in the summers to come. The current kiddie pool in this location has become rough over time and requires constant repairs of the aging infrastructure and filtration system. With multiple tripping hazards and constant pump repair requirements to meet health and safety codes, it has become a maintenance nightmare. A new splash pad in its place, along with ADA parking and sidewalks, will welcome a wider range of users, reduced operational costs, and lower liability risks. I'm not sure. Sorry. Located in Pacific County in the farthest southwest corner of Washington, the site is off Highway 101 in downtown Raymond. Raymond is the largest city in the county with an estimated population of just over 3,100 residents. This facility is the only public aquatic facility within the county and owned and operated by the city. The site location is within 10-minute walk from all neighborhoods within the city, where patrons have free access to community transportation, with the closest stop in less than 2 blocks. As the only public access aquatic facility in the county, in a town surrounded by rivers and streams, the need for locals to have a safe, accessible aquatic recreational option is high. The closest options for similar facilities are located in neighboring counties, with the closest being 28 miles away one way in Grays Harbor County, or either 53 or 55 miles away one way in Lewis County. Being so far away, our community members lack the opportunity to visit those other locations. Car transportation would be required to visit a similar site to ours, being they are so far away, and most find that option not cost-effective, especially with today's rising fuel costs. Our facility offers the free kiddie pool, free recreational swim days in the main pool, free parking, and free public transportation to a drop-off a short walk away. Pacific County lags behind the state and national average for annual wage and median household income. With a socially vulnerable community that is home to many lower-income families, the need for increased free and/or low-cost recreational activities are high. In the heart of downtown Raymond, the project location neighbors a playground, the post office, and Timberland Regional Library, offering a central location for recreational activities. Opened in 1955, the facility is home to a unique outdoor public swimming pool and kiddie pool that operates June through September. The kiddie pool offers a free aquatic recreational option throughout the season, if and when it's in working condition. With the aging status of the infrastructure, a renovated splash pad in its place will become a central attraction within the park rather than just a small amenity and questionable use status. A splash pad not only encourages physical activity, but also fosters social interaction and inclusive and accessible play for those with mobility challenges. Renovation throughout the facility have been ongoing to keep up with the demand for recreational aquatic activity. With each renovation stage, an increase of visitors at the site has been witnessed each year. We believe this is partly due to the rising costs of the economy, but also partly due to the improved options on site. Creating a new and improved free water play space with safety features and ADA access is a must to keep up with the demand of use, along with the maintenance and liability the current kiddie pool status holds due to its age. The splash pad project has been prioritized by the City of Raymond due to the vocal support of the community. In the city's comprehensive plan update, the facility was mentioned on multiple surveys for need and priority. The demand of the facility is high, as it served over 7,500 individuals last summer, with that number greatly increasing each year as renovations are completed. The city has completed many upgrades and renovations at the facility due to the aging equipment and infrastructure since 2023, with 2 large renovation phases remaining based on prioritization relevant to community safety, ADA access, and recreational opportunities. The site of the project is within an existing pool facility property that is adjacent to the playground in a centralized portion of town. The project goal is to renovate the aged kiddie pool site to a zero-depth splash pad with interactive water spring features. This proposal not only offers a much safer recreational play option, but also attracts more visitors, reduces operating costs, reduces mechanical failures and code compliance requirements, offers faster startup times, and longer seasonal use. This splash pad will be a flow-through filtration style project with a direct-to-drain system set to operating times only. Renovation of the facility is necessary due to the lack of the ADA accommodations, code compliance issues, and overall costs associated with operation of the aging kiddie pool. The project addresses a major recreational need in our low-income community. By renovating the existing kiddie pool, aged beyond its intended lifespan, into a modern ADA accessible splash pad, will provide safe, affordable outdoor recreation for many families. The development maximizes the current space into a modern recreational feature that can serve a broader range of users, including those with mobility limitations. The design also includes the addition of ADA accessible parking spaces to improve accessibility for those in need. The improvements will help ensure the facility is welcoming and usable for all community members and visitors, and will provide a safe and welcoming environment for families in the central location, enhance the usefulness of an aging public facility, and create a vibrant recreational asset in the heart of downtown for years to come. Utilizing quotes from Northwest Playgrounds for the estimated build total cost of the new splash pad, along with quotes on costs based on measurements of sidewalks, asphalt for parking, we were able to come up with an accurate estimate of overall cost. We added in 10% for possible rise in costs, along with park accessories, including picnic tables, foliage, and lighting to finalize our overall renovation total of $370,000. If awarded this grant, the city is devoted to matching funds required by utilizing donated paid labor of city employees, along with funds out of the annual city budget for grant match. In addition to the city's total match, an additional $12,000 contribution from a local nonprofit pool supporting group could complete the grant match total requirement of $74,000 to see the project completed. The project engagement methods began in 2022 City Comprehensive Plan update that included multiple community meetings, workshops, and online surveys. The age facility was the top mentioned facility requested to be updated. Issues mentioned included lack of use due to maintenance issues, ADA access direct to the kiddie pool, additional parking and handicap stall needs, and safety issues related to the rough sidewalks and concrete surroundings of both pools. Many suggestions came in for this splash pad in the area of this kiddie pool. These surveys were shared on social media, the city website, and in community workshops. The plan for this project is based on the feedback obtained through these surveys received, paired with feedback from the patrons of the pool who have expressed their frustration and wishes of the facility within a suggestion box on site. The patrons who have submitted these surveys range from ages 8 through 85 years of age. With multiple community and business supporters, the pool is able to provide over 70 free sponsored rec swim days throughout the summer. These free aquatic options, paired with the kiddie pool option, show great community support is apparent. Some of our big supporters include LV Raymond, North Pacific County Teen Advocacy Coalition, Willapa Harbor Health Foundation, Pacific County Health Department, and 4 community school districts who are all significant sponsors. These sponsors or supporters all have countywide outreach and have and continue to provide financial and in-kind support for ongoing repairs. The main public transportation access is just 500 feet away and available 27 times per day and transports from North to South Pacific County along with neighboring counties and cities throughout the day. This project will help to increase the physical and social activities at the facility. Getting funding for this set of renovation allows for the city budget to allocate toward additional facility needs, which will increase the use and opportunities of the facility in the future. The renovation project supports long-term sustainability by reducing maintenance costs, water usage, chemical usage, and pumping and filtration energy through improved operational efficiency and automated systems. The project reuses the existing site, extends facility lifespan, and reduces future repair needs from the aging infrastructure. Native landscaping, increased tree canopy, and expanded green space will support local pollinators and species while improving the appearance and comfort of the area. Located near the local transportation routes, the splash pad will provide accessible recreation for the community while continuing to attract visitors from surrounding communities, supporting downtown activity and benefiting local businesses. Incorporation of continued sponsorships, donations to the grant match, and community support helps reduce overall government funding needs and lowers the financial burden on public resources. The local nonprofit pool support group has fundraised to come up with many needed repairs and with a donation of $12,000 towards this overall grant match for this project. This amount, paired with the city's dollar match and supplied staff time for preparation of the project, will cover the total grant match. The city's supplied work contribution saves thousands of dollars that would normally be bid for this project. In conclusion, the city of Raymond, located in a rural, low-income community, lacks safe, functioning recreational facilities. The public support and feedback of the facility is extensive. With the help of this grant, we hope to provide the community with the safe and centralized recreational opportunity for many years to come. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tia. All right, committee members, feedback, thoughts on this project? David, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Tia. Good job. I love Raymond and going through there, going out to the coast and stuff. Just looking at some of the aerial photographs, just kind of remember all of a sudden that you have the library that's right next door. So kind of tying in that, and then the proximity of the bus route, I think, is a real good selling point for you for the whole county. And just talk about an accessible path. It looks like there's a sidewalk that comes off of 101 is kind of thing that goes into the pool complex. So I think touting those types of things of the accessibility for this, I think would be very helpful.
Yes, thank you.
David, go ahead, Ann, and then Mary.
It was a good presentation. I just feel like you could make it stronger if you add some more slides showing like some of the metrics. You talked about economic factors, but if you had a slide showing, a graph of like how Raymond compares to the county, the state, whatever, that kind of thing, that would help you get your story across. In the scope, I felt like you just needed more slides about what you're doing. I felt like that, there's a significant number of points for scope, so make sure you cover it well. And then the budget, it would be really helpful if you had a table of the budget, kind of the you know, site preparation as a line item and equipment, and just instead of just the total, show us how you got to that total.
Okay.
And then in the cost efficiencies, if you would list the donation on the slide, that would help get that into our brains that you do have this a donation that's
Okay.
coming to this project. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Mary.
You took some of my steam there, Anne. I was going to ask for kind of a breakdown on the budget, but also you mentioned that the total renovation is going to be 370,000 with the city matching, but I didn't catch how much the grant request was for.
The total was for 370 and the match portion of that total was the 74. But I could clarify that in a slide.
That'd be perfect.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thanks, Tia. It was a really good presentation. Just a reminder, I would highly recommend numbering every slide. Some of the later slides lose the numbering, or at least I couldn't find it. Also, if you have any data or charts from the comprehensive plan outreach that you did, it would be beneficial to show the need. And any pertinent survey results for engagement, and would speak to like the charts, data and charts really help convey over words. So highly recommend that. And then slide 15 for sustainability, you talk about native landscaping. I would recommend also talking about how that improves ecological function. And also if the project uses the same footprint, that's typically an ecological benefit because you're not taking any more land. So anything like that will kind of help boost your scores, and would recommend just going through the manual and kind of going line by line and making sure that you're making it very clear to us that, what you're hitting.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Other final thoughts? This one. All right. Well, nice job. Thank you, Tia.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you again in August.
Okay. Sounds great.
Bye. All right, next up, City of Des Moines. And who is here from, let's see, Alex and Ginger maybe presenting one of this?
That's right.
Okay, great. Give me just a minute. Your PowerPoint is opening. Go.
Great.
see
Looks
that
like
okay?
ours.
You can see that?
Yep.
All right, great. And I could pass you control if you prefer, or advance the slides for you, whatever you'd like.
If you can go ahead and pass control to Ginger, that would be great.
Sure. There we go. Okay, Ginger, go ahead and click on the slide. It should activate that for you.
Okay.
Might have to. Oh, there you go. Looks like the mouse is moving around now.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's working. All right. Thank you.
Great. Whenever you guys are ready, go ahead.
You want to just try advancing one just to triple check?
Sure. There we
Okay,
go.
perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Johnson, and I'm the capital project manager for the city of Des Moines. With me today is our design consultant.
Hi, Ginger Plaster with Somas, consultant on the team supporting the design and public outreach for Midway Park.
For anyone who doesn't know, regionally, Des Moines is located in the South Sound area near SeaTac, Kent, and Federal Way. And as opposed to popular belief, it is Des Moines, not Des Moines. Within Des Moines, Midway Park, which is the project that we're proposing, is located in the city's Pacific Ridge neighborhood, nestled directly in between I-5 and Highway 99. As you can see in the graphic on the right, we have in 2016 acquired 4 additional parcels that we've added to the park.
Oops, sorry, my clicking is, there you go. It's a bit of a lag.
No problem, thanks. The Pacific Ridge neighborhood is historically underserved with regards to access to open space and outdoor recreation. Midway Park is a key asset for the neighborhood as it is the only park in green space, but it is unfortunately lacking in recreational amenities and ADA accessibility. The goals of this project are to enhance the recreational opportunities that Midway provides for people of all ages and abilities and improve park safety and utilization while still preserving the natural open green space. The city's master plan, which runs from 2022 to 2027, identifies a level of service goal of 2.5 acres of neighborhood parks per 1,000 residents, which we currently do not meet. This made the acquisition of those additional parcels especially important for this neighborhood and this park. Acreage alone, however, does not provide a comprehensive story of park space as it does not account for quality. Community outreach citywide identified the need for greater investment in lower income areas of the city. As you can see in the middle graphic, Pacific Ridge is both the lowest income and most diverse neighborhood in Des Moines, so this project is an extremely high priority for us. The existing features of Midway include a picnic shelter and tables, a small play structure, a soccer mini pitch that doubles as a basketball court, a porta potty, and then of course the natural open space and these beautiful mature trees that you can see. Despite these amenities, challenges to the site include the lack of an ADA accessible restroom and ADA accessibility throughout the park in general, limited recreational amenities for anyone older than small children, and safety concerns that are partially due to insufficient lighting. I will now turn it over to Ginger to walk you through our project proposal and how we plan to address all of these issues.
So all of those existing amenities, the challenges currently at the site, and community identified priorities were all taken into consideration when developing the new design for the expanded Midway Park shown here in this plan view drawing. So some key considerations in developing the new design include fully integrating the acquired parcels into the expanded Midway Park site, improving connectivity to the neighborhood by filling in some of the missing link sidewalk connections, expanding the amenities offered to appeal to all ages and accommodate visitors of all abilities, and better activating the park throughout the day and throughout the year. You can see here a rendered view of the new park design with the amenities in a bit more detail to show how we're addressing those challenges and aligning with the needs identified by the community with increased recreational opportunities, again, for all ages and abilities. You can see these new sidewalk connections here to better connect with the surrounding neighborhood, including ADA accessible ramps, new restroom facility. There'll be new lighting throughout the park, and a number of new park amenities offering recreational opportunities with the addition of pickleball courts, dog park, a greatly expanded play area with new equipment and expanded open lawn space. As well as new native planting areas throughout the park. There's an emphasis placed on maintaining the existing mature trees on the site and adding new trees, enhancing the biodiversity at Midway Park, as well as the visitor experience. A new stormwater infrastructure will also be incorporated along with the park improvements that will treat runoff both from the park site as well as the adjacent roadways, filtering runoff and preventing pollutants from entering into local waters. So here we have an aerial view of the park as is. You can see the existing amenities on the eastern half and then the undeveloped parcels that are currently still there in the western portion of the park. And our next slide shows from that same perspective, again, the new expanded park designs. You can see some of these amenities in a bit more detail. Starting at the top with the new pickleball courts, a new amenity for this area. Adjacent to that, the dog park off-leash area. This was a priority identified during a community outreach in the Pacific Ridge neighborhood. This is very dense urban community, a lot of apartment complexes, and the mobile home community here across the street from the park. So a lot of residents who do not have a yard space for their pets, so identified this as a priority during community outreach. The existing sport court will get expanded lighting to offer flexibility and increased operating hours, especially during the fall winter months when the days are shorter. And you can see here in more detail the greatly expanded play area with new play equipment appealing to a much wider range of ages and also accessible to visitors of all abilities. And the expanded open lawn space offering opportunities for recreation as well as community events such as the summer movie nights in the park. So here we have a little closer view of the new western entrance to the park, showing the ADA accessible sidewalks and ramp into the park area connecting to the expanded playground. There's new seating throughout the park, both benches and picnic tables, including ADA accessible tables. And you can see some of the new planting areas with native plantings to support pollinators and biodiversity within the park. And here we have a slightly closer up view of the north entrance, the main entrance into the park, showing the new parking area with an added ADA parking stall to increase ADA accessibility at Midway Park. A major improvement to the site is the addition to the park of a permanent restroom structure with 2 ADA accessible stalls and hand washing sinks, a big step up from the single porta potty that is currently on site. The new plaza here also offers bike parking, facilitating bike connections to Midway Park. And you can see here the start of the loop trail that circles throughout the park and connects all of the new park amenities. Here we have a closer up view of the new pickleball courts. This is a major new recreational amenity for the park and for the community. There are none in this area. And as I think we all know, pickleball is a very popular sport and one that appeals to all ages. So another great new amenity for this neighborhood. And oops, did I go backwards here? Oh, there we go. Sorry, we have our rendering of the park at night with our expanded lighting system. This is another major improvement for the park. Lighting is currently very sparse at the park site. So with the expanded lighting, we'll improve safety and visibility of the park in the evening hours, create a more welcoming ambiance for visitors, and again, expand a park activation during the fall winter months when the days are shorter. We also heard during community outreach, this is an important neighborhood connection. A lot of residents cut through the park to get to the nearby light rail station. So improving lighting throughout the park will increase neighborhood connectivity, making that connection safer for residents coming home in the evenings after work. A detailed cost estimate was prepared in conjunction with the design and construction drawings for the project. So park development costs are estimated at $3.15 million in total, additional AA&E of $605,000 for a total of $3.75 million. Some additional improvements, including frontage improvements and related utility work, will be funded through other sources. The ask for this grant is $500,000 towards this total. Final design is scheduled for completion this summer 2026 with permitting in fall 2028 and construction in spring of 2029. As mentioned previously, there was a robust community outreach effort done in conjunction with the design for the park through a variety of methods to engage with the community. There were in-person events, including an open house at the park site and design charrette, tabling at the Des Moines Easter Extravaganza, another open house at the park in conjunction with the Sounders Rave Foundation, as well as tabling at the Des Moines Farmers Market to get community input. In addition to in-person events, there were 2 online surveys that were done during the design process in both English and Spanish. Door hangers were distributed to households throughout the neighborhood in English and Spanish, and sandwich boards were placed in the park and at the Des Moines Farmers Market, again in English and Spanish, all with QR codes connecting residents to the online survey and to get more park information. There we go. In both in-person events and online, community members were able to provide input on the park design, voting for their preferences and prioritizing implemented amenities, including voting on the look and feel of the park and the types of improvements that they would like to see. In total, we heard from almost 600 community members, their feedback for the park, and their input was incorporated into the final park design. Sorry, went too far. There we go. The City of Des Moines has developed strong community partnerships with local community organizations. Again, the Sounders Rave Foundation has been a key community partner with the donation of the soccer mini pitch and basketball court. They continue to offer programming on site with free soccer clinics for youth throughout the year. The Des Moines Area Food Bank is another major community partner. They operate their Free Meals for Kids program at Midway Park throughout the summer, serving free meals to kids up to age 18, Monday through Friday at Midway Park. Why Not You Academy is a local school that utilizes Midway Park for their physical education and community activities. And the city partnered with the Des Moines Police Department Community Outreach Group to consult on park safety and receive community feedback, as well as the Des Moines Legacy Foundation, which includes the Rotary Club of Des Moines and the Highline Schools Foundation. Sustainability was a key consideration in the development of the new park design. Ecological factors include, again, the preservation of the existing mature trees and new native plantings to support biodiversity in the park. Again, the new stormwater infrastructure will filter runoff from the site, removing pollutants from local waters, and the choice of natural wood play equipment in the expanded play area. Social factors include increased opportunities for outdoor recreation, neighborhood gathering, and community programs, and the new sidewalk connections and bike racks facilitate active transportation to the site. Economic factors include the choice of durable, low-maintenance materials to maximize lifespan of park elements and to reduce ongoing operational costs at the park. So speaking of costs, the City of Des Moines has been successful in obtaining funding to date through multiple sources in support of these park improvements, both at the county and the federal level. So the Conservation Futures funding that enabled the initial acquisition of the parcels to expand the park site, then Parks Capital Open Spaces Grant, Youth and Amateur Sports Grant, and Parks Levy funding at the county level, in addition to community projects funding at the federal level. So thus far, $3.23 million in hand towards these improvements. And in addition to the dollars donated, we have, again, the very significant donation from the Sounders Rave Foundation of the soccer mini pitch and basketball court, an improvement that's already in place. Okay, so in summary, Midway Park has received strong support from the local community, engaged community partners, and multiple funding sources, all in support of improving Midway Park and expanding outdoor recreation access for this very underserved community. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, committee members, feedback on this project from Des Moines. Rebecca, go ahead, and then Mary.
Well, first off, this is a fantastic presentation. Your renderings are really amazing, so thank you. Really tells the story. So just a couple of small things. On slides 6 and 7 on the side panel, you had a bunch of details. That was really hard to read. So somehow if there's a way for you to make those bigger around what's the improvements are, obviously the visuals, or maybe even just label them on the image so that we can just kind of look, because we're moving through them as fast. In the project engagement section with community, you rattled off a number of partners that were not actually visually listed on the slide.
Okay.
That would be helpful to see those too. And then on the sustainability slide, you have some really nice images, but it would be helpful to see, we have to look at social, ecological, and economic. And so you spoke to them, but it was pretty quick. And so in order, oftentimes we have to go back to these presentations to kind of score them. So it'd be helpful to see maybe, just some bullets of each of those key points. But thanks. It looks like a great project, and congrats on the rave pit mini pitch. One of the 26 for 26. Nice work.
Good advice. Thank you, Rebecca. Mary, go ahead, and then Ann.
Okay, Rebecca, you took off a couple of my comments. Again, beautiful renderings. I think this is going to be great. I did really like the slide that showed the lighting scheme at night. That was really helpful. One minor thing is to make the slide number larger. I had to get right up close to it to see it on my laptop screen. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, go ahead, Ann, and then Corey.
Yeah, so I agree. Great presentation. You were over time, so you'll
Okay.
want to be sure to be practicing that. And you seem to be well practiced, and your speaking was good, but just you did go over the time. So
Okay. Thank
make
you.
sure you work on that, because at the real thing, you get cut off after 12 minutes. Then we wouldn't hear all of the things. So I think your introduction was maybe longer than it needed to be. The intro should be about a minute. Tell us, like, one sentence, what's your project? What are you going to do? Orient us to where you are, and then launch into the part that actually scores you the points. Slide 11, it showed a rendering of the playground. It looked like there were steps into the playground. So I wondered, is there maybe other places where it's accessible, like to the left there? Maybe it's maybe it's flat there. I can't tell, but just I thought that was a little bit odd for the accessible playground to be entered by steps.
It does slope down in that area, but I can see how it is not clearly visible.
Okay. And then I don't remember if you showed like distance to other parks, and if not, that would be a really helpful thing to add to the need section. And that's all I had.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Corey, go ahead, and then Jeff.
Wonderful. Did your great presentation. Again, like the renderings were really good. Question I had, I'm not sure if you covered this, but what was the protective fall surface? Again, is that wood fiber or is that pour in place?
That's engineered wood fiber safety surfacing.
Cool. And then I just also want to compliment you on your 90% design specs are comprehensive. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
Next, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, nice job. It was really, really good presentation. I like the conceptuals too. I just had a question about the lighting. So is the park open at night, or is that just security lighting, or?
It's both. The lighting is programmable, so they can choose to have the lighting on, during park events as needed, or if they want to expand hours slightly during the, the fall winter months when the days are so short, to offer some activities in the darker time. But they're also set to go to kind of a low level lighting at night. Just to facilitate, connections through the park, but not to fully light the park to be open all night long.
And I'm sorry if I missed that, if you said that. I just was curious because, we have some of the same kind of issues. So I was just wondering how you're going to manage that aspect. But the conceptual of the lighting is really cool to be able to see that.
It'll be
Nice
a
job.
definite improvement at the site. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Cameron, go ahead.
And just to add on to that, there's a lot of paths within the park. I'm wondering, does that connect to like other neighborhoods? Does it provide some sort of connection to other areas?
There is a circular loop trail throughout the park to connect all the amenities, and it's a bit hidden by the mature trees kind of in the top corner, but there is another sort of entrance to the park there at the from this view, the top side that connects to the other side of the community, to the street there, and then continues down through the neighborhood to the light rail station. So,
okay, great. I think you might have mentioned that. I just hear it.
It's hard to see with the trees.
Yeah, the park is somewhat centrally located within the neighborhood, but is not directly connected to any other like amenity or feature or neighborhood.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Any final thoughts? Great. Thanks, you guys. And mentioned you're a little over, yeah, about a minute and a half. But
Okay.
so yeah, just keep that in mind for you can find a way to trim it down, like maybe in the intro, like she mentioned, or so. But yeah, nice job. Thanks for sharing your project, and we'll see you again in August.
Thank you very much.
so
We
much.
appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Bye. All right. Headed to PenMet next. And let's see. Not sure who is here from PenMet to present this one. Dave, are you presenting?
Yes, I'm here. How's my audio?
Great. I can hear you. So far, so good. I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint. Yeah, can you see that okay?
I can.
All right. And I can hand you remote control or advance the slides for you, whatever your preference is.
You know, I'd like you to advance the slides for me this time. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Well, you got 12 minutes. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Dave Klipp. I'm a capital project manager with PenMet Parks. This grant application is for the acquisition and development of just over 1.3 acres of property adjacent to PenMet Park's McCormick Forest Park. The project will expand McCormick Forest Park by constructing a new trailhead and providing parking to serve McCormick and Rotary Bark Park. Next slide. The project is located in Pierce County in Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. The red dot shows the location on a regional map. Next slide. PenMet Parks will acquire fee simple ownership in the city of Gig Harbor, adjacent to McCormick Forest Park and the PenMet Park Service Area. The PenMet Park Service Area is shown on the map on the right. The Park District encompasses 54.3 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula, and the population of the service area is approximately 56,000 people. Next slide. This map shows an inventory of PenMet parks across the district. 3 parks near the center of our service area have hiking trails as their main feature. There are no sidewalks, bike paths, or public transportation options to reach these parks, and the parks are accessed mainly through private vehicles. The main trailhead is now located on Busich Road. Visitors park on the side of the road, often in the right-of-way. Project improvements will relocate the trailhead to a safer location inside the new park property, between the new parking area and McCormick Forest Park. They'll address a significant lack of parking for both McCormick and Rotary Bark Park. They'll improve pedestrian safety, enhance the public access to the trails, and provide 2 ADA parking spaces near the trailhead where none exist at present. Next slide. Meeting the needs of PenMet Parks community is identified in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan as a high priority. PenMet Parks Pros Plan identified walking and hiking trails as the #1 desired feature by respondents to surveys. This project was created to increase access to premier walking and hiking trails in McCormick, Rotary Bark Park, and a new trails property that we intend to acquire this year. Next slide. This project will acquire the 2 parcels shown. The land is generally level. Structures previously on the land have been removed except for a water well and its supporting infrastructure. The property location at the corner of Zamel Drive and Busich Road, adjacent to McCormick Forest Park, is uniquely suited as prime access for the 122-acre McCormick Park with its 4 miles of trails and 50 acres of old-growth Douglas fir, and to the 75-acre Rotary Bark Park with a running, hiking, horseback trail network and a 15-acre off-leash area for dogs. The project will develop a parking lot, and it will relocate the existing trailhead from Busich Road to an off-road location at the new parking lot. Next slide. The project will protect this property from commercial development. The property is now up for sale. There is an active offer from a buyer who plans development for a gas station and a convenience store. However, the seller's agent said the owner would rather sell to a park district. Next slide. Here's a conceptual design for the property. The site's features match well with the proposed use. Each parcel is generally level, with a gentle grade in between. The existing trailhead is already close by and can be readily moved off Busich Road and onto the new property, and it can accommodate sufficient parking to meet the park's needs. The west parcel has a community water well near the southern boundary. It is owned and operated by Washington Water Service Company as part of the Quistorf water system. A restrictive covenant on the property establishes a protective circular area around the well with a 100-foot radius. The covenant prohibits constructing or introducing a source of contamination within the circular area. We believe, though, that a parking lot with a well-managed stormwater runoff would not violate this restriction. Next slide. The property will be used to support visitor access to McCormick Forest Park and Rotary Bark Park. Scarcity of parking now prevents more people from accessing these great parks. This slide shows a draft development site plan for the property. The site plan shows that over 60 parking spaces will fit, a capacity that will meet the access needs of McCormick Forest Park and Rotary Bark Park. Parking will include ADA access spaces near the relocated trailhead, pull-through parking spaces for horse trailers, and a portable restroom. Low-impact design elements will be used to manage stormwater runoff, such as green stormwater treatment cells. These filter water through media and can be paired with plantings. Other green options include rain gardens, bioswales, and bioretention cells. Public safety will improve by moving vehicles off the Busich Road right-of-way and onto a dedicated off-street parking facility. Visitors will no longer need to cross over the Busich Road from Fire District Number 5 to enter the park. Next slide. The red star on this map shows the location of the new trailhead relative to McCormick Park's trail network. The site of the new trailhead is shown in the photo, where a gated gravel access road into the park exists now. The road on the right of the photo is Busich Road looking south. Next slide. PennMet Parks envisions a connected trail network between park properties, McCormick Forest Park, Rotary Bark Park, Zamel Homestead Park, and a soon-to-be-acquired trail property to the south. This project will support access to the 3 eastern trail parks, providing both a gateway trailhead and sufficient parking. PennMet Parks has a partner project called Connecting Parks Through Trails, and that will provide further connections between McCormick, Rotary, Zamel Homestead Park, and the new trail property to the south. Together, these projects will connect over 320 acres of parkland and open space. Next slide. Here's the project budget. On the left side shows the budget for the acquisition activity, and the sum for that is $1,095,000. On the right is the budget for the development activity, which totals $639,000. The total estimated cost of the project, including acquisition and development, is $1,734,000. The cost estimate was prepared by our architect and engineering consulting team. Next slide. Here's the project schedule. In October 2027, we anticipate the acquisition to be complete. From October 27 to September 2028 will be design and permitting. From October 2028 to December 2028, that's a typo there, we'll advertise for and award a construction contract. And then construction will happen from March to August 2029, with the park expansion complete and the park open in the fall of 2029. Next slide. PennMet Parks has conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's 5-year strategic plan and in the comprehensive 6-year Parks, Recreation, and Open Space PROS plan. Both plans were finalized and published in 2023. Through these processes, we learned that you visit a park to be close to nature, for personal fitness, and to spend time with friends and family. We learned that walking and hiking trails, access to water and water-based recreation, and regional parks are important to our community. We learned that preserving our natural resources should be balanced with providing active recreation opportunities for everyone to enjoy. During the PROS planning process, multiple outreach methods were used to generate community input, including presentations to the Board of Park Commissioners, user-focused group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized, ADA accessible, and multilingual website. In 2024, we updated the PROS plan, and its recommendations are designed to reflect the recreational needs and desires of the residents of PennMet Parks District. Next slide. To get feedback from users and non-users of parks, recreation, and trails in the district, RRC Institute developed and administered a statistically valid survey. The survey was based on a random sampling of 4,000 residents of PennMet Parks District, together with an open link survey for all other residents who are not included in the invitation sample. Residents were kept separate to maintain, results were kept separate to maintain the statistical validity of the invitation sample. The underlying survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. A total of 942 responses were received. The invitation sample closed with 273 completed surveys, and the open link version closed with 669 completed surveys, and the survey results have a plus or minus 5.9% margin of error. Among the invite respondents, walking and hiking trails were rated as the most important amenity, with nearly 75% saying it is very important. Next slide. We've received several letters of support. This project has been vetted with community members and groups, local government, state legislature, and conservation organizations. There is strong support, including from Representative Addison Richards, Senator Kim Krishnavasan, Pierce County, City of Gig Harbor, Great Peninsula Conservancy, and the Peninsula School District. We sent a conferral letter to the City of Gig Harbor Mayor and City Council, and PennMet Parks has an interlocal cooperative agreement with the Peninsula School District. Next slide. The project's location and design support PennMet Park's sustainability goals by avoiding parking alternatives that would likely disturb the forests at McCormick or Rotary Bark Park, incorporating low impact and green stormwater management into the design. These design features may include stormwater treatment cells, rain gardens, bioswales, and bioretention cells, either alone or in combination. They'll include landscaping with native species, removal of invasive species, and preservation of the existing forest to the maximum extent possible, and allowing more visitors to access these pristine parks. By doing so, the benefits of physical activity, social connections, and community education will be enjoyed by more people. Next slide. Some cost efficiencies. The concept design includes a gravel parking lot, which is less expensive than a paved parking lot, and gravel is more appropriate for natural parks. The park already has power and water available at the site, and the development plan will reuse an existing driveway to provide parking access. And next slide. I'll conclude my presentation with a photo of a forest trail at McCormick Forest Park. Thank you for your attention.
Unmute. Thank you, Dave. All right. Suggestions from the committee. David, go ahead.
Yeah, really interesting. I love the Rotary Bark Park. I've never heard of that. That's clever. My question, I don't think you really kind of the immediacy of threat on the acquisition thing, because you talked about the gas station and an offer, but I'm not sure how you can address the immediacy of threat when the funds don't become available until summer of 2027. So I think that's important to address how you can overcome that and something doesn't happen in between. So
Yeah, thanks, David. So maybe like you mentioned, the owner wants to sell to the park, but maybe like if they've only given you a limited time to do so, you have a 1 year option or something that indicates, hey, this is our chance. Otherwise, it's going to be gone.
Sure.
Jeff, go ahead, and then Ann.
Yeah, nice job. It's out by where I grew up, so I'm pretty familiar with the area. But on slide 4, I just would add a label to the park location. I just, the beginning, you showed a little bit, but then we zoomed out and not everybody's going to know exactly which one of the green spaces there is the park location. And then slide 5, I think you reused later too. It's kind of hard to see, to understand. I know you're trying to show the whole survey data, but maybe, I know you highlighted on the right, but maybe there's another slide that shows kind of just the categories or something like that, or just the one that was highly rated or top 5 or something. I don't know. It's hard to read all the categories from this point of view. But on project scope 2, I think more photos of the actual property and like on the ground type photos or street view. Some of that would be helpful too, to kind of get an idea of what it looks like. And then you mentioned the well. I don't know if you've done some engineering work to kind of ascertain the impact on the well. I'm sure you have, but some preliminary information. But I would just highlight that, of the importance of the stormwater treatment and how you're going to stay away from that 100-foot area. And then let's see, there's a couple other comments. I don't know if you mentioned, are there going to be, or how many trees are going to be removed for developing the parking lot?
Well, no trees would be removed from the
Okay.
parks. But
Okay.
there would need to be existing trees would need to be removed from the 2 parcels.
Okay.
Just
All
from
right,
the
that's
property
it.
you're- Just from the property you're
Thank-
buying, but not the existing park
Right.
property. So, yeah. Okay.
Right.
And go ahead and then Rebecca.
So I felt like you could use some more slides. You spent a lot of time talking like on one slide where you could have had multiple slides showing us at the same time. That would help reinforce in our brain how you're meeting the various criteria. Remember, we see a lot of these projects, and so the simpler you can make it for us to be able to give you the most points, the better off you are. And also, I think look at how much each category is worth. Like you spent a long time on fit, and that one's only worth 5 points, where you didn't spend very much time on scope, and that's worth 20 points. So just like look at how much points and kind of allocate your time accordingly. And you were a little bit over time, so you just want to make sure to tighten it up a little bit. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
There are a few things, the images that you have, this one's one as well, that are really pixelated. And so I don't know if that's, you can work on that a little bit to address the pixelation. The other thing that would be helpful in the need was you speak about like 60 parking spaces is a lot of parking spaces. And I see that it's a really large, servicing a big trail area, but I don't know if you have any images of current situation of like cars on the side of the road, or how people are like the overflow of parking that's happening now, so that you can kind of increase or boost the need a little bit in terms of the need for that large of a parking space lot. I had the same concern about immediacy of threat, so that was addressed. And then just that you did use that community survey twice. So, to kind of hone in, use that during the community section, but maybe speak to it as part of the overall needs. But need is one of the larger areas so maybe spending a little more time on that area, the demographics, and also, the demand. Oh, I had one other thing, which was in your sustainability. There's three factors in sustainability. There's ecological, social, and economic. I didn't see any economic, or I didn't hear any economic factors.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any other thoughts for Penn Met on this one? Right. Well, thanks, Dave. Thanks, committee, for all your feedback. And yeah, we'll see you again in August.
Thanks for the feedback. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye. All All right, we're at our first break of the day. Come on back, 10:15. We'll keep on rolling. Hi, Aaron.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Christy. Right, let me pull up your PowerPoint, heading to Wapato Park,
That's right. Thank you, Carl.
Tacoma. And I can pass controls to you or advance the slides, whatever you prefer.
I would prefer to control, if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. Then I'm off the hook. All
You
right,
can sit back
security.
and relax.
Exactly. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes. Let me just.
Great, let me find you. There you go. Whoops. Aaron, there you go. All right, click on the screen. That should work for you now. Perfect. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
All right. Great. Thanks, Carl. Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Irby, and I'm a capital project administrator with the Metropolitan Park District of Tacoma, or Parks Tacoma. I'm joined by Christy Evans, capital program manager for Parks Tacoma, and I will be presenting today about the Wapato Park Playground Improvements Project. Start us off, the city of Tacoma is located in western Washington at the southern end of Puget Sound and Pierce County and is bisected by Interstate 5. This project is in Tacoma's South End neighborhood east of I-5. This playground improvement project is located in Wapato Park, an 87-acre park and one of Parks Tacoma's community parks. The playground is located along the shoreline of Wapato Lake. This is a development project with a total project cost of $1.2 million. We are requesting $500,000 in WWRP local parks grant funding for this project to support active youth recreation. Criteria number one, need local priorities. The existing playground at Wapato Park was installed in 1997 and is one of the oldest playgrounds in Parks Tacoma's system. Because of its age, it has visible wear and tear, safety concerns, and does not provide the play value, park amenities, or accessibility that this park and community deserves. Wapato Park currently serves over 6,000 residents within a 10-minute walk, seen in the lime green zone on the map on the right. Because of the many amenities within the park and the natural and aesthetic qualities, this park has a larger service area that includes South, South End, and East Side neighborhoods in Tacoma. The park is also accessible to communities across Tacoma via 3 main bus routes, the 48, 55, and 202. Parks Tacoma's system and strategic plan informs the playground improvements at Wapato Park. The Tacoma community prioritizes inclusive playgrounds, public art, free canopy, and picnic areas. These are all included in this project and distilled into our guiding strategic actions to increase opportunities for safe, comfortable, and inviting social gathering spaces for connection among people of all ages, and to build inclusive playgrounds to cater to diverse community needs. Additionally, the master plan for Wapato Park from 2005 also identified the need for this playground improvement project and called for an expansion of the play area and new play structures to accommodate a wider age range. Based on existing data, physical inactivity levels are very high in the area directly surrounding Wapato Park. Additionally, the service area for Wapato Park is home to a high population of youth when compared with other areas in Tacoma. This project will directly support increased youth physical activity and make this part of Wapato Park more inclusive, intergenerational, and accessible. Wapato Park hosts seasonal events and programs that create fluctuations in visitor use specifically for youth. Summer camps like the ski camp seen here are hosted at Wapato Park. Wapato Park also hosts youth programming at the lake and partners with state agencies and local organizations to host fishing derbies. Lastly, Wapato Park's playground is one of the hosts of the Summer Meals program, where all youth under the age of 18 are able to access free lunches and activities at playgrounds across Tacoma. Criteria number 2, project scope. The existing playground area consists of 2 climbing units designed for children between the ages of 5 and 12 years old. In addition, a swing set is located within the existing play area. This play area surfacing is engineered wood fiber and is surrounded by a concrete curb and accessed from the Wapato Lake Loop walkway. The Wapato Park Playground Improvements Project includes renovation and expansion of aging play equipment and surfacing within the existing playground footprint, an expansion of the play area boundary, providing enhanced play opportunities and increased active recreational value for youth, new site furnishings, day-use amenities, accessibility improvements, and enhanced vegetation around the playground. The play equipment will be designed to accommodate both 2 to 5-year-old and 5 to 12-year-old play, and design will be based on community input and prioritize youth voice in the design process. Here you can see a general layout of proposed playground and site improvements on site. Criteria number 5, project design fit. Proposed improvements to the play area include a reoriented and expanded playground footprint to preserve existing tree canopy in the southeastern edge of the existing playground footprint. In the northeast corner, a new play area would cater to ages 2 to 5 with additional seating and public art. These are examples of the types of play features that we envision for the early play area for ages 2 to 5 to support cognitive, physical, and social development. In the 5 to 12-year-old play area, we envision a range of nature-inspired play features that would invite intergenerational and more inclusive play and movement. To complement the play areas and cultivate a stronger sense of place within the park, we also envision interactive art that is rooted in the landscape and ecology of Wapato Lake and the region. This project's total cost is $1.2 million. Parks Tacoma's Department of Planning, Design, and Development is responsible for the implementation of the district's capital budget. The department has a staff of professional project managers like myself that maintain cost data for projects. This data is based upon both industry estimates and bid tabulations that are used to develop project cost projections. Cost data is updated regularly based on the current bidding environment to respond to changes in the cost of labor and materials. We are requesting $500,000 in WWRP local parks grant funding for this project. The expected timeline is to be construction ready by fall 2027. The permitting process for this project is with City of Tacoma's Planning and Development Services. That process includes review and approval prior to final design. Our team is currently working with the City of Tacoma's permitting team to best prepare permitting and any mitigation requirements to fold into the design process and ensure a straightforward permitting process. Criteria number 7, project engagement methods. We value meaningful community engagement at Parks Tacoma and develop engagement methods that are appropriate to each project and the surrounding community. Both the Wapato Park Master Plan and Strategic Plan utilize methods such as surveys and community meetings to inform the priorities within those plans. For Wapato Park, our community engagement methods will include 2 stages of direct outreach for the initial site development and then for the playground options. Engagement methods prioritize youth voice and voting and playground options results. These stages occur via in-person conversations and an online survey. We meet people where they are, whether it is online, at the park, or in their community spaces like schools or libraries. Criteria 8, project engagement community. We plan to conduct these 2 stages of community engagement in summer and fall of 2026 to have a rigorous understanding of community desires for the Wapato Park Playground. Community voice will directly inform the design, and we'll know more once we conduct those community outreach and engagement stages later this year. Criteria number 9, project engagement and partnership. Parks Tacoma has initiated conversations with the Puyallup Tribal Language Program Director about the potential inclusion of tribal language and interpretive signage. Coordination on this effort will continue throughout development. We also see the potential to partner on public art pieces. These partnerships will continue to be explored prior to project evaluation. Criteria 10, sustainability. Recent streetscape improvements along the eastern edge of Wapato Park include shared use trails and support active transportation and an alternative to predominantly automotive modes for the surrounding community to access the park and playground. Site amenities such as benches and tables will be sourced from local suppliers to the extent possible and use HDPE recycled plastic or sustainable wood products. These strategies help reduce Parks Tacoma's greenhouse gas emissions per the goals defined in our climate action plan from 2025. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. 100% of the matching funds for this project are coming from the 2014 Parks Tacoma bond funding. Outside donations are not necessary for project completion at this time. This project will reduce operational costs. Additionally, Parks Tacoma has a volunteer park steward program at Wapato Park, which helps to support park beautification and maintenance work. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of the Wapato Park Playground Improvement Project. I'm happy to answer any questions along with my colleague, Christy Evans, who's also here in this call.
Great, thank you, Erin. Appreciate that. Questions in the committee, suggestions? Anne, go ahead.
It's a good presentation, but I think if you could work on reducing the text on each slide.
Okay.
Some of them, it was like a paragraph. Can you just condense it down to a few words? So if we're trying to read that text, we're not listening to you. And then we're, a bullet point, I can absorb that while I'm listening. So that would really be helpful to get the most information across in the time that you have. That's all I had. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anne.
Thanks. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, this slide had something on it that I'm just so interested in. It says existing path with rain activated art. And so I don't know if that's part of the project, but if it's existing, I just really would love to know what rain activated art is. So that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's one of the interactive art pieces that we're exploring, which is it's kind of a treatment that you can put on top of a hardscape, and when water reacts with it, it shows different it shows the imagery that you defined. So I have got a photo of it. I think I can go back, but it's in the public art.
In the
if you go back to the in project design for the public art, yes, it's that second from the right. So that's an example of you wouldn't see it when it's dry, but then when it rain or someone brings water from the lake, it would bring that imagery up.
Cool. Other suggestions or feedback for this project? You must have covered it pretty well. And you're actually about 2 minutes under time. So you have a little room, not that you have to use, every second. But you do have a little bit of time to work with if you, need to add some slides or, work with things. And of course, as you know, you'll be getting some written comments as well when your grants manager returns the application. So. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, sharing your project.
Thank you all. I appreciate this opportunity.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Next up, moving to the city of Covington. I think I saw Ethan join us. Are you presenting this one, Ethan?
Yep, all me. Hi, Carl. Hi, everybody.
All right. Hello. Let me get your PowerPoint pulled up. And I can pass controls to you if you prefer, or advance your slides, whatever you'd like.
I can control them if you can pass them to me.
Okay. Sounds good. Can you see that okay?
I can, yeah.
Great. And there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, and that should activate it for you.
We just do a little quick test. Yep, looks like I got control.
Perfect. All right, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello, I'm Ethan, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Covington. The project being presented today is titled Jenkins Creek Park Expansion. To start, I'll get us oriented. Covington is located in southeast King County. The city has a population of 22,000, although the 5-mile service area around the project site has a population of 161,000. We next zoom into an aerial of just Covington with the city limits shown in black. The orange star shows the location of Jenkins Creek Park and the project site. So this project seeks funding to acquire one parcel totaling 6.51 acres. The goal of this acquisition is to expand the park boundary in order to better support park needs of the community, protect environmentally sensitive areas, and provide a vital segment of the future shared use Jenkins Creek Trail. As you can see on this slide, the property is the missing puzzle piece for the park. The target property has amazing natural features, including mature trees, Jenkins Creek, and a portion of Spring Pond. There are multiple buildings that will need to be demolished and removed as part of the project. We anticipate executing a purchase and sale agreement this summer and then plan to close on the property following securing a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. Evaluation criteria 1, need and local priorities. We start with the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space or PROS plan. During this planning process, a series of public outreach and community surveys were conducted, and we learned that trails and open spaces were identified and ranked as the highest priority of all outdoor facilities, exactly what this acquisition will deliver. Priority 2, play areas, and Priority 4, picnic facilities are also able to be addressed, as will be shown in upcoming slides. This project will be able to directly address 3 of the community's top 4 priorities. The community's top priority for additional park space is not surprising given the city's deficit or need for 120 acres of new additional parkland per our PROS plan level of service target. This acquisition of 6.5 acres not only delivers on reducing this deficit, but it does so with strategically valuable parcel that is the missing puzzle piece of the park. The PROS plan, which is also the Parks and Recreation element in the city's comprehensive plan, establishes goals and objectives, in our case we call them policies, to organize the city's strategies to meeting local park needs. On this slide, we see that the acquisition will support and advance 5 PROS plan goals and 21 objectives or policies. Because this project hits upon so many of the PROS plan goals and objectives, it's a top priority project for the city and the reason the city is seeking WWRP local park grant funds to support it and not any other city park project. While the focus of this acquisition is expansion of the park, it's also needed as a critical segment of the shared use Jenkins Creek Trail. On this slide on the left, you can see the master plan trail alignment for Jenkins Creek Trail, which will locally connect neighborhoods throughout the city and regionally serve as a connection between 2 of the county's major shared use trails, those being the Cedar to Green Trail and Sue's Creek Trail. This slide also shows, with the dashed yellow line, new access from 180th Avenue Southeast, connecting the park and trail with the street, sidewalk, and bike lane network through an access easement included with the target parcel. Evaluation criteria 2, project scope. The site as is today has existing forested riparian area along the Jenkins Creek that will be a feature that is preserved and protected. The rest of the property in the past was used for farming and most recently as 3 residences, and given their condition, they are planned to be demolished and removed. These next 2 slides show the target parcel in relation to the park's current master plan, along with a preliminary and pretty rough conceptual plan for the target parcel. The first slide shows the current park master plan to the left with the target parcel in red. And then on this slide, we have the preliminary concept on the right enlarged, and it's a bit busy, so we'll walk through it piece by piece. Again, we have the target parcel in red. In pink, we see 2 areas focused on restoring and or protecting environmentally sensitive areas. The pink area near Jenkins Creek is for protecting the existing forested riparian area, and the second area of pink next to Spring Pond is for restoring the wetland buffer area. Near the top of the diagram in cyan, we have a new entrance to the park from the neighborhood to the north. This is using a street end that terminates at the target parcel, and this new entrance would be able to serve as a new pedestrian access point as well as a secondary parking lot with a focus on ADA parking and a drop-off zone. This new entrance will also provide maintenance and emergency vehicle access to a large part of the park between the creek and pond that's currently inaccessible by these larger vehicle types. The yellow dashed lines represent trails and walking paths that will be expanded into the target property. The largest dashed line will be that shared use Jenkins Creek Trail that will run through the city and connect neighborhoods, as well as linking to the sections of the county's regional trail network. Other trails and walkways will allow park users to navigate through the park, including a new access point directly to the sidewalk and bike lane network from 180th Avenue Southeast. Orange circles represent expanded picnic shelter and picnic table locations to support community and social gatherings. One of the community's highest priorities for its park system. And the lavender circle represents a new play area or playground, another one of the community's highest priorities for its park system. This preliminary concept shows how this acquisition of this property will be able to address multiple needs and priorities of the community. Evaluation criteria 3, immediacy of threat. When considering this project, it's important to understand the rapid growth that is occurring in this area of King County. Nearby is Lake Point Urban Village. This development, which is under construction, will have over 1,700 residential units and over 1.3 million square feet of commercial space. While this level of development may not sound like a lot for some larger size cities, for a city the size of Covington, it has a significant impact. The demand for underdeveloped land like the target parcel is very high. The property owner of the target parcel has recently become a motivated seller. In 2025, a developer began the process to build 23 homes on this target parcel. It was at this time that the city learned that the property owner was looking to sell, and we initiated talks with the owner about an option in which the city would buy the property to expand the park. While we at the city were doing our initial outreach to the property owner, we learned that another party was also interested in purchasing the property to build a church. While both the 23 home site development and church proposal are no longer on the table, and we have successfully progressed our discussions with the property owner to a point that they are willing sellers to the city and are allowing some grace to the city as we secure the necessary funding, we also know that should the city not be able to acquire this property in the near future, it will likely be a short time before the property is sold for private development. It's obvious that there's an urgency for the city to acquire this property in a timely manner, and so we're anticipating executing a purchase and sale agreement this summer and then plan to close on the property following securing a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. Evaluation criteria 4, site suitability. I've said it earlier, but it's worth repeating. This target acquisition is the missing puzzle piece. The existing park wraps around this target parcel, and expanding the park to include it will make for an improved park layout with more external access to the park, more logical internal circulation, and improved sightlines for improved safety. The target parcel has amazing natural features that will elevate the park user experience. The property has a section of Spring Pond, and once added into the park, the entirety of the pond will be within the park. The property includes Jenkins Creek, which is a salmon-bearing stream. The target property has mature trees, including native Gary oaks that are remnants of oak prairie habitat that has cultural significance to the Muckleshoot and Snoqualmie tribes. And while some of the property has been cleared for farming in the past, the open space that exists today lends itself to future play areas, places for picnicking, and oak prairie habitat restoration opportunities. Other items important to mention for site suitability include the new entrance and parking off 183rd Avenue Southeast, which also provides increased maintenance and emergency vehicle access. And this site will also provide a new access point for pedestrians and cyclists off 180th Avenue Southeast. And lastly, but not least important, this site is a critical section of the shared use Jenkins Creek Trail alignment that will connect different neighborhoods throughout the city and serve as a key link between two different sections of the county's regional trail network. Eval criteria 7, project engagement and methods. With this project, we've engaged a variety of groups at a variety of levels. At a high level, the project need and project priority was established as part of the city's PROS plan, which included a series of community surveys, a series of public meetings, and a series of focus groups. Other engagement activities specific to planning Jenkins Creek Park and the trail included other additional park public surveys and public meetings. We held informational tables in coordinations with dozens of community events. We published articles in our recreation guides, and all these activities connected people to our project webpage and email list. The stakeholder engagement processes were also robust, with individual meetings with over 12 groups ranging from landowners to groups with environmental or cultural interests to tribes and healthcare partners. Eval criteria 8, project engagement and community. The Jenkins Creek Park Master Plan and Jenkins Creek Trail considered 6 main criteria based upon preferences from a community survey and other engagements. These criteria included user experience, safety, environmental impacts, regulatory impacts, costs and funding, and property owner and stakeholder support. The development of the Park Master Plan involved taking feedback from the community and developing 2 design alternatives, which was then shared with the community for final input before the master plan was adopted. The Park Master Plan was then updated in 2022 following an acquisition at that time, and if we acquire this target parcel, we'll complete another Park Master Plan update. The development of Jenkins Creek Trail Master Plan used the aforementioned criteria in a scoring matrix shown on this slide, which included factoring in the community's input from the survey before finalizing the trail alignment. Evaluation criteria 9, project engagement and partnerships. A product of our stakeholder outreach has been the development of working partnerships with other organizations, most notably with Tribes, King County Parks, Kent School District, Multicare, Green River Coalition. These partners have provided input during planning and design phases, participated in park programs such as Arbor Day events at Jenkins Creek Park, and/or volunteered in park restoration or park improvement activities. Evaluation criteria 11, cost efficiencies. There are several measures that we are using to stretch these grant dollars. Our grant requests do not include reimbursement for city staff hours or administration. Oh, hit that button too early. We utilize a real estate consultant that we just pay hourly rather than a real estate agent that works based off an expensive commission. And on an ongoing basis for maintenance and operations, the city has been successful in supplementing our park maintenance team with help from community volunteers, some of them seen in action on this slide. We also partner with Green River Coalition, Green River College, and Mid-Sound Fisheries in removal of invasive species environmental restoration work. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. Appreciate your time and consideration of this project and welcome any feedback.
Great, thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that. Thoughts from the committee? Timer, you were just about exactly on time. Nice job. 15 seconds under.
I'll take
Corey,
that.
go ahead. Yeah, Corey, go ahead, and then Melissa.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. I want to say about your the design plan that you have up on the screen right now with all the colors and everything. Lots of great content, but I think on slide 11 when you're talking about project scope, I was thinking it'd be better to break it up into a couple of different slides to make it easier for us to follow what is what.
Okay, good idea.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Melissa, and then Anne.
My comment was kind of along those lines, specifically slide 5. But there's a lot of really good information on a lot of your slides, but it's also like slide 5 specifically is a lot of data that we're trying to read while also listening to you. So even being able to maybe break up that data or make it more readable would be really helpful. But
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, some of this presentation was put together in a bit of a hurry, so definitely going to be trying to clean some of it up, but that's great feedback. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Anne, and then Rebecca.
My comments were similar, just that a lot of the slides had text that was too small. And then I felt like, so you did make it in time. So take this comment with that, knowing that is that, so on slide 11, you spent kind of a long time talking about the future development of the park when this is, I believe, just an acquisition project. So if you needed to, gain any more time, I think you could go over the future uses more briefly. I mean, it's really good to know what you have planned, but I don't think you need to go into it at maybe at such length. But like you did have enough time, so.
Understood. Yeah, it's tricky with the acquisitions. You want to show some vision for it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Hi, Ethan. Nice work. I'm glad you're making this happen. Your immediacy of threat was really clear. So, that's great. And I really hope you can secure that property. My comment is very similar on your community engagement slide. It was super hard to read. And so Like you had like a data analysis piece there that was like it was just distracting.
Yeah,
And so
yeah, I know exactly
yeah.
what you're talking about.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Other thoughts on this one? Yeah, it's been sort of a common theme with folks want to share these tables right out of their plans, but it's hard, but you can't read them. So then, like, I don't know. I've been sort of noodling some ideas about some advice to give folks on how to maybe make how to make these real. You want to share that the plan's been done and you have all this data, but then also be able to share it with the committee in a way that's easily digestible.
Yeah, yeah. I'll admit I had to throw some of these slides together pretty quickly. And
Yeah, it's fine.
before eval, I'll be working on the especially the graphics. So that's definitely on my to-do list.
Yeah, this came up pretty quickly after you had to just get your application submitted. So
It did seem like a tighter turnaround this time around.
much
I wasn't sure if that was
tighter.
me or not.
No, we usually don't do local parks this early, but it's just the way the schedule and calendar worked out this year. So
all right.
But yeah, thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it. And
yeah, appreciate all the feedback.
Yep, we'll see you in August.
Yep, sounds good. Bye.
All right, moving to City of Renton.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you,
Hello.
Betsy?
I'm doing well, Carl. How are you?
Doing great.
Great.
I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint for you. Okay. Can you see that okay?
I can.
All right, and I can pass you control if you prefer, or advanced slides.
I'll take control.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. That should then activate it.
Whoops. Okay. And of course. Okay. All right. Can I start right now, or do I have to wait for my allotted time?
Whenever you're ready to start,
Okay.
go ahead, and you have 12 minutes.
Awesome. All right. Good morning, everyone. Betsy Sievertson, Capital Projects Manager with Renton Parks, and I'm just going to jump right in. The project before you is the development of a portion of the future Cleveland Richardson Park. The entire park site is 24 acres, located in South King County within Renton's Talbot planning area, and it's quite near the Renton and Kent border. Nearby are the Springbrook Creek headwaters, which are located just across the street. This was Renton's original drinking water source. Also, if you're familiar with the city, Valley Medical Center and IKEA are located to the north of this site. The existing site includes pasture land, forests, wetlands, streams, including Springbrook Creek, and remnants of its agricultural past, including a farmhouse, shed, and concrete-lined pond. The project fills a significant gap in park access while protecting and celebrating the site's natural and cultural features. It will provide passive recreation, nature trails, gardening, environmental education opportunities, and most importantly, for this grant scope, fun play spaces. This area of Renton was annexed in 2008, and like many of our newer annexation areas, has limited access to developed parks. In the city's 2026 Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, adding parks in underserved neighborhoods was the second highest community priority. The nearest parks are the 3-acre Chestnut Ridge Park in Kent, which is about a mile away, and the 9-acre Teasdale Park 3 miles away. Cleveland Richardson Park is prioritized because it will provide a much larger, more inclusive play space, serving a wider range of ages compared to Chestnut Ridge through both traditional and nature-based play opportunities. It will also offer unique nature park experience, not currently available at either of these other park sites. Access to existing parks is also limited by missing sidewalks and bike connections, including past our jurisdictional boundary. More than 6,700 residents in Renton and Kent live within 1 mile of the site. The area also includes nearby transit access, higher density housing, senior living communities, and Valley Medical Center, which is Renton's second largest employer, located about a mile away. Upcoming expansion of King County Metro's Route 160 into Rapid Ride Line will further increase demand for park access through projected transit-oriented development in the neighborhood. The need for this project was reinforced through the PROS plan, which identified this area as high need based on park access, health, and social equity indicators and existing land use. Specific improvements tied to this grant scope are also supported through the project master plan and improved multimodal access discussed in the city's trails and bicycle master plan. Moving on to project scope, the existing site includes pastureland, forest, wetlands, Springbrook Creek, a farmhouse, a shed, and a family-built pond. This grant scope is one portion of a larger park vision centered around creating what I'm terming a nearby nature park. The overall design emphasizes loop trails and circulation paths that connect visitors to nature, while concentrating more intensive development on the east portion of the site near Talbot Road South. The master plan includes play spaces that respond to the site's topography and natural features, gardens and orchards that reflect the site's agricultural history, habitat restoration and a native plant propagation area, preservation of the farmhouse as a staff and caretaking building, and safe multimodal access via the main entry off Talbot Road. These are all capital elements, but their development can also help provide a framework for wonderful program ideas we heard from the community, like after-school nature clubs, school field trips, volunteer stewardship of forests, orchard gleaning, tool libraries, and more. The programming ideas we heard really emphasize the creativity and excitement of the community, and that they recognize this as a jewel of a site to both enjoy and help care for. This slide focuses on the primary improvements included within the current grant scope. Visitors would enter from Talbot Road, which is here, via sidewalks and a parking area that includes areas of reinforced turf to allow flexibility for overflow parking and staging areas. This element is particularly useful, for example, for school field trip or other programming like adaptive rec or senior center bus parking. It also provides extra durable space for event staging. I should note that the parking lot is intentionally large because of the width and critical areas along Talbot Road South. There is no street parking available on that street. From the entry, accessible circulation pathways connect visitors first to an overlook and then to key park amenities, including a restroom here. And downslope of this, gathering spaces and the play areas here. The play experience includes both a traditional playground and a nature-based play space. These spaces would include features that respond to the site's landforms and natural materials to create a unique character fitting for the site. There are certain elements that the community is most excited about and will definitely be included in the play spaces, in particular a zip line and embankment slides. But some of the more detailed equipment selection and character of the space will be refined directly with the community upcoming. Some elements we'd be looking for specific feedback on include the types of climbing experiences, for instance, quieter spaces, imagination elements, and color palette. Finally, moving past the play areas, there's a viewpoint that we're proposing here that overlooks both the active play space and in the opposite direction, a habitat enhancement area. This habitat area is outside this grant scope, as is a picnic shelter, not included. Moving on to project design and fit, we've completed many site assessments and received great information and input directly from the Cleveland Richardson family to ensure the project responds directly to site conditions. Our design team has evaluated grading and circulation to ensure that primary pathways and key amenities are ADA accessible. The layout also responds to the site's natural topography while minimizing unnecessary disturbance. Environmental considerations have been a major focus through the design process, especially given the critical areas on site. The team has identified opportunities for LID green infrastructure, including permeable paving within portions of the parking area and gathering areas. They've also studied the implications of removing the existing man-made pond and replacing it with a constructed wetland tied directly to the site stream systems. This is a concept supported by WDFW in our initial coordination with their habitat biologist. In parallel, the team has been coordinating utility connections from Talbot Road South and working closely with transportation and planning staff on frontage improvements and safer multimodal access to the site. While this larger sidewalk and bike lane improvement projects are part of a separate transportation project, they are being designed in coordination with this park development effort. This project has an estimated development cost of approximately $4.9 million. We're requesting $500,000 in local parks fund, or just over 10% of the total project cost, with the remainder funded through local match sources. Cost estimates were provided by our consultant design team and further reviewed against recent comparable rent and bid and construction cost data. We're currently in 30% design and pursuing many grants this spring and summer. We hope to have a good, what I'm calling funding vibe check this fall to inform phasing of the overall park, then complete design and permitting next year, and be ready for construction in 2028. Community engagement for this project used both in-person and online approaches with a strong focus on meeting people where they are and prioritizing input from the surrounding neighborhood first, and only after receiving this feedback, hearing from the larger city community. We partnered with our Department of Neighborhoods and our Health and Human Services Division to identify opportunities for holistic engagement, especially from groups we don't always hear from. We also work to make engagement more inclusive by translating materials and bringing interpreters to community events. All of this is particularly important for areas that are more recently annexed by the city, where longstanding ties to city government are not yet present. Outreach included coordination with city staff, the Parks Commission, and Community Services Committee, as well as direct engagement with nearby residents, schools, senior living communities, apartment residents, and community organizations like Sikh Temple and Find Maple Place, which is a CBO that serves families exiting homelessness. We also attended citywide community events such as Renton River Days and the Farmers Market. Engagement occurred in 3 major phases. The first phase focused on listening, understanding community hopes and concerns, what people wanted to see in the future park, and answering early project questions. The second phase explored ideas through 2 concept plans and a series of program illustrations, helping the community react to different possibilities for the site. And then the third phase refined and confirmed the preferred vision for the park, ultimately leading to the master plan and grant scope being presented today. I wanted to note that community engagement, as I mentioned before, will continue through our playground outreach process to gather input on specific design proposals and help refine details. These are just photos show a recent similar engagement process for our Maplewood playground. The project, community feedback had a major influence on the park's design priorities. Across all phases of engagement, several themes consistently emerged: preserving and restoring nature, creating welcoming and walkable access, designing for all ages and abilities, celebrating community identity, and incorporating editable and educational landscapes. Residents also emphasized the importance of safety and long-term maintenance. The current grant scope focuses on some of the community's highest priority requests, particularly the play experiences. Nature-based and traditional play spaces were among the most supported features, including a zip line, which of all program elements was number 1. Key partners include the Cleveland Richardson family, whose deep knowledge of the site and continued involvement have helped shape both a vision and understanding of the site's history. The Renton School District and nearby schools support educational programming and student access to nature-based learning. The Sikh Temple, located 1 block away, has strongly supported the project, particularly its nature focus, and serves many nearby residents. And then finally, the city's Equity Commission and our Parks Commission have also provided ongoing guidance to ensure inclusive design and equitable access. Ecologically, the project restores and strengthens natural systems and wildlife species through meadow, forest, and wetland enhancement, along with LID stormwater strategies. Socially, the park reflects community identity and accessibility, including culturally informed design concepts. One example of which is incorporating a Pin de Saath, which is a Punjabi culture gathering space we learned about through engagement. Another very important social factor emphasized by engagement is making sure multimodal access features at the park site and on Talbot Road are included. Economically, the project emphasizes long-term durability and low-maintenance materials, supports future residential growth and transit-oriented development, and strengthens nearby anchors like Valley Medical Center while encouraging community stewardship and shared use spaces. This project leverages multiple funding opportunities, including an already applied for $200,000 King County Waterworks grant and many other funding sources currently being pursued, which could help offset local project costs but are not required for implementation of the grant scope. Additional efficiencies come from using existing city-owned land and focusing development in previously disturbed areas. Early involvement and continuing involvement from the Cleveland Richardson family with folks who have lived on the site have also helped reduce risk around unforeseen site conditions. This project also benefits from strong interdepartmental coordination, as well as our regular use of DES master contracts for specific materials, helping reduce procurement costs and accelerating delivery timelines. And with that, that concludes my presentation on our Cleveland Richardson Park proposal. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take your feedback or answer questions.
Great, thank you, Betsy. All right, suggestions from the committee on this project. Mary, go ahead.
I really like that you're focusing on the habitat and the nature going forward, and kudos for early consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service for the habitat improvement. I think that'll make it smoother for you as you go along. I liked the layout of slide number 16. One thing I would suggest is to make the slide numbers a little bit larger and consistently located. I see that they're all on the upper right-hand corner. I'm used to seeing slide numbers on the lower right-hand corner, but
Okay.
they are, as long as they're consistent throughout the slide, that's just the important part right there.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
You packed a lot of information into a lot of your slides. I feel like it would be easier for us if you broke them down into more slides with less information per slide, because otherwise we're trying to see it all and the text is really small and trying to listen to you talking and figure out which part you're talking about. So just take the information and put it on multiple slides. And then the budget, I think it was a slide just before this. If you could break it down a little bit more, how much is, I don't remember what the components were, but just like,
okay, great.
Land preparation and equipment. And so, we don't need a whole long table, but maybe just the big areas just to show us that.
Great. Okay. Thanks.
And then when you were talking about the engagement, you said that you did it in multiple languages. If you could just let us know how many languages, I think that would help. And then if you can show that it matches the demographics of the area, that would be really helpful. That's all I had. Thanks.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Good thought, Mary. Did you have something else? Okay. Other suggestions on this one? So it looks like your scope of work is down here in this right-hand corner, right?
Yeah.
Is this all future phases or already funded separately? Or?
TBD. Once we get our funding vibe check, we are pursuing a number of other grants and have our eyes on things like LWCF potentially next year or future years. So as well as appropriations and King County pass-through funding and King County's grants. So we are hitting the grants hard to see how much of this we can implement in the first phase.
Yeah, good. Cameron, go ahead.
Just had a question since we're on this slide. In the parking lot, you show that perfect area. And so just curious to know, is the park intended to have like a lot of programming where you would need like that staging area? I guess I'm just curious about what the use of that would be.
We did hear a lot about environmental education and also volunteer stewardship through engagement and direct work with some of the schools, as well as our rec and our forestry program. And so the thought there was potentially, especially if we have either that or, maybe we have things like neighborhood barbecues too, where a little bit more overflow, either parking or perhaps staging for like our neighborhood programs, big truck and trailer that could be used was of interest. It's really limited space on Talbot Road South. Engagement was very much like we don't want, we need enough parking for this and for events, as well as just durable space. And we're kind of thinking about it as kind of just flexible, durable space potentially too, to see how it evolves. But that's part of the cost is reinforcing some of the turf in that center area, and also a smaller area kind of closer to the house, which is specifically the thought was food trucks for some events could stage there.
And then my other question is, early on in the presentation, you show like the location of the park, and then you have like the 1 mile and 1.5 mile radius. If you have the information available, like it would be nice to, because that's like as the crow flies.
Okay.
And so it would be interesting to see like, well, what's the like 1 mile drive or walk sheds.
Okay. Yeah, I can make that happen. Drive and walk shed. Okay.
All right. Other than that, really nice presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron.
Yeah, that's a good question, Cameron. Yeah, like I wondered, like if 167 is kind of a barrier,
Yeah.
then maybe the walking really is coming more from this side.
Right.
Walkability if you're.
And I'll have to check with our GIS. Yeah, our GIS person that helped put this together. I sort of graphically showed it as like a circle, but I need to make sure that that's get that analysis more tied down. And I was sort of showing the 1.25 miles because it hits that rapid line. That's but I was looking at YouTube, but last time's presentations there was lots of 1 mile walk sheds, and so that's why I used that as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Another thing that might help is like an aerial photo just to see the density of housing development. I mean, clearly there's a lot of people here, but it's just a little hard to see. So sometimes that aerial image can help demonstrate that.
And that big green area to the right is our headwaters. It's utility space. We would so love to get sort of a trail connection through it, but we got to get, we're kind of working on water a little bit, but that's one reason why there's not much development just across the street.
Gotcha. Okay. Great. Any other final thoughts from the committee? All right, Betsy, you were just about 1 minute too long. So
Okay, good to know.
Keep that in mind for when you come back in August.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for sharing your project.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. Will do. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks. I think we're at our break a little ahead of schedule, which is nice. Little bonus time. Let's just stick with the schedule. Come on back at 11:30 and we'll continue on. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Next up, we have City of Mercer Island. It looks like Shelby is here. Not sure if there's anyone else. Shelby, you presenting this one?
Yes, I am.
All righty. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And your PowerPoint, can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. And I can pass you control or advance the slides, whatever you prefer.
I can take control. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and click on the screen. See if that works for you.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, whenever
Okay.
you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Carl. Good morning. My name is Shelby Peralt, Capital Division Manager with the City of Mercer Island's Public Works Department. I'm excited to be presenting our WWRP grant application for Dean's Children's Park Inclusive Playground. Mercer Island is a community of more than 25,000 residents located in central King County. We are located between Seattle and Bellevue on Lake Washington, with the project centrally located on the island. Dean's Children's Park is a 3-acre wooded playground within Island Crest Park, one of the island's primary community parks and busiest athletic complexes, adjacent to Island Park Elementary. And the site also includes a bike skills area, picnic shelter, restroom, and small parking lot. As one of the city's most recognizable and heavily used playgrounds, the site serves families, school users, and visitors year-round. The existing playground is outdated and does not meet current accessibility standards, and the layout is disjointed with limited sight lines. Many supporting amenities and circulation routes are aging and not fully accessible. The site also includes safety and maintenance concerns, like non-compliant ADA parking, outdated restrooms, fencing gaps near the parking lot, and invasive plant species. Our project is guided by 3 core goals: to provide a fully inclusive play environment, integrate with the park's forested setting, and to create a welcoming space for all ages and abilities. In 2022, Mercer Island completed its PROS Plan update. As part of this, the city assessed playground conditions across the island and found that more than half are at or nearing the end of their useful life, including Dean's Children's Park. The PROS Plan identified Dean's as a priority replacement due to aging infrastructure, limited accessibility, flat terrain, its central location, and its role as one of the city's most used playgrounds. The site also offers supporting infrastructure that many of our other parks and playgrounds do not, like parking, utility connections, and arterial access. The project advances the city's goals for accessibility, inclusion, and long-term investment in recreation facilities. Community outreach also consistently identified inclusive recreation and improved accessibility as top priorities. And building on the PROS Plan, the voter-approved Mercer Island Parks Levy reinforces this support for aging and investing playgrounds across the city. The levy itself provides dedicated funding for playground replacements and will help support implementation of this project. Now, while portions of the playground were updated in 2005 and 2012, accessibility issues are prevalent. The platform structure, like in this photo on the right, has only one accessible entry point from the parking lot. The ramp provides limited play value, and the landing is missing a protective railing on one side, which creates a safety concern. And this adjacent climbing structure also has usability limitations. There's no designated accessible route or entry into the play area. It lacks seating and has constrained access for surfacing upkeep. The site also includes aging site furniture, insufficient fencing, invasive vegetation, and non-compliant ADA parking. Although an outdated one-stall restroom in the parking lot is usable, the decommissioned restroom in the park in this photo is non-functional and requires removal. This diagram shows the existing playground equipment, which provides limited inclusive benefits. And our site plan, however, shows the meaningful expansion of inclusive and multi-generational play value. The overall design will also create accessible connections between play areas, gathering spaces, and amenities while preserving the park's natural character. The design supports a wide range of ages, abilities, and play experiences within this forested setting. Our play surfacing uses a blending approach that combines unitary surfacing like poured-in-place rubber with engineered wood fiber. Our unitary surfacing is prioritized at inclusive play features, transfer points, and ground level play areas. The graphics on the right here illustrate how this surfacing is distributed, with the blue representing our unitary surfacing and yellow representing engineered wood fiber. And this approach in our park helps to expand accessibility while also helping minimize impacts to the surrounding trees. Now, our site plan will be implemented over 4 phases, with this grant request focused on phase 1. Phasing is designed to support efficient construction and minimize future site disturbance by working furthest from the parking lot, our primary construction access point. Phase 1 delivers foundational access and infrastructure, including our upgraded fencing, expanding ADA parking, a new accessible connection to the school, demolition of the decommissioned restroom, and utility installation for a future restroom. We'll also be exploring a pedestrian connection to the Island Crest Park parking lot to respond to growing park demand. And we'll be including replacement of the existing 5 to 12 platform and climbing structure with a new inclusive climbing feature and swings for a range of ages and abilities, as well as supporting trail and restoration work. The project brings ADA parking into compliance and expands stalls from 2 to 4. Accessible routes to the playground and school are achieved through a variety of materials such as concrete, boardwalk, and unitary surfacing. Our 5 to 12 plus play zone is anchored by a 30-foot climbing tower with a 16-foot slide. The structure provides integrated ground level inclusive play, including hammocks, activity panels, and flexible spaces. The climbing tower, which is inspired by a forest tree snag, also serves as a visual landmark. Children can engage through multiple routes, including net climbs, ramps, an elevated treehouse pod, and rope bridges. And this rendering here also helps illustrate our surfacing, with the poured in place in that darker green color, used at key transfer points and circulation around the tower. And then next is our central play zone. This rendering helps to illustrate the project's phasing, with swings and accessible route being included in phase 1 on the left side of the image, and future phase 2 improvements being shown on the right. The phasing is intended to minimize disruption and preserve existing park amenities between phases. And there are also opportunities to advance additional inclusive play features through ongoing fundraising and donations. The swing area provides options for a range of ages and abilities, and unitary surfacing expands access to these features. And then the final element I'll highlight is the utility work. So the water and sewer connections support a future all-gender facility restroom with an adult changing station. Installing utilities now minimizes future site disturbance. The total project budget is just under $2.5 million. This estimate was developed with our consultant, Berger Partnership. The city is requesting a $500,000 grant match from RCO to support the city's investment of $2.1 million. We adopted our site plan this spring with a 30% level design, and design is now advancing for phases 1 and 2 to allow additional elements to be incorporated as funding allows. Construction is planned to begin next fall, with reopening in early 2028. We completed a year-long engagement process that included community events, online outreach, school engagement with more than 1,200 students, and ongoing coordination with our council, commissions, and community partners. We included an inclusive design consultant in our project team who guided our equipment selection, and we also worked with Outdoors for All to provide an accessibility review of our design. Early outreach focused on use, desired experiences, and long-term improvements. When we visited schools, students voted on themes and equipment and could submit their own park design to the city. And this input informed our 2 early concepts, with the Woodsy Wonders theme advancing into the final site plan. And this feedback helped shape the final character and material palette, reinforcing a natural aesthetic. Community input directly shaped our final design. The Woodsy Wonders concept was refined into the final plan, and it emphasizes natural materials and blends into the forested setting. And top play features were identified through our school outreach were also incorporated into the final plan. The Friends of Dragon Park Coalition has supported us through outreach and fundraising efforts throughout the entire project. We're in early donation discussions with community partners, and letters of support are currently being collected. The project prioritizes sustainability through environmental stewardship, equitable access, and long-term resilience. The design itself works within the existing play footprint to preserve the tree canopy and minimize our impact, removing invasive species and restoring with native plantings, and supporting on-site stormwater infiltration. The project also expands inclusive recreation opportunities, strengthens our connection to the adjacent school, and supports multi-generational use within this immersive forested setting. And long-term resilience is supported through durable materials and infrastructure improvements that reduce future maintenance needs and site disturbance. And the project also emphasizes cost efficiency through design efficiencies, leveraged funding, and reduced life cycle costs. The phased approach minimizes future rework and site disturbance while working within an existing developed and relatively flat play area helps to reduce our grading and construction costs. The city is pursuing grants and community donations to help expand our project improvements, and long-term costs are reduced through durable materials, lower maintenance surfacing, and play equipment with extended service lives. And that brings me to the end of the presentation, and I just want to thank the review committee and staff for setting aside this time to listen to the presentation, and excited to get your feedback.
Great, thank you, Shelby. Appreciate that. All right, thoughts from the committee. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thanks, Shelby. This is a exciting park. Look forward to seeing it. My question was really around the beginning and the needs section, and whether or not you added. I didn't see any data on ADA, like the percentages of demographic data would be helpful in terms of understanding like what is the need for. I mean, generally we need inclusive recreation, but I just would love to know the statistics on Mercer Island and the general area. And then similarly, what other adaptive play is available on Mercer Island? That was not clear to me in the presentation at the beginning.
Great, thank you so much.
Great, thanks. Anne, go ahead.
So I think you finished in time, but I did think you spent kind of a long time on the introduction, which doesn't score you any points. And there are things that you said there that would have been better on if you moved them down into the criteria where they score points, because that will help us. Remember, we're watching a lot of presentations, and so the easier you make it for us, the more likely we are to be able to, be able to score the points more fully for you. So if you can just move some of the stuff in the beginning into the because I think you talked a lot about what you're proposing in the introduction, where you can say that briefly and then go into more detail when it's actually in the scope.
Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that.
That's all I have.
Thanks. Other thoughts? Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, I might have missed this, but it looked like one of the playgrounds you were phasing in the middle of the playground. Like part of it was blurred out, but you were just talking about how you're going to progress in the development of the playground. It's all part of this phase, right?
Yeah, maybe it would be helpful to go to the rendering. Yeah, this one. Is this the question
Right.
that you had on, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the elements that are in the left are included in phase one, and there is existing infrastructure on the right side. So we have an existing picnic shelter and an existing piece of equipment. So that's why they're not included in phase one. They're in the location of phase two improvements. So we're trying to have a no net loss of amenities between each phase.
Yeah, understandable. I was just wondering, is that reflected on the other map then, overall park map somehow? I didn't notice trying to separate that.
Yeah, I think I can find a way to better identify that. I didn't have a great graphic to show the phase one with the site plan versus the existing condition and what remains in the park after phase one. So I can definitely
Okay,
do
great.
that.
And then there's a couple of comments mentioned about the project introduction. Like I'd almost label that too, because there's different labels on top. I would just say project introduction or whatever it is for the first few slides that you're going to do. And if you're going to move things out of there into the other categories, great. But just make sure we know, you're setting the table as well as you're doing at that point. And then this may not be you, but I noticed there's no map in Prism. A couple projects have been like this. So I think it's just like maybe you haven't entered your address into the Prism portion. There's attachments in there that you put in, but I just mean the Prism itself address at the top that we look at. So I don't know if that's RCO side or something that you didn't enter the address or something.
Okay,
Yeah, good
I'll
question. We can look at that. It might be a Prism thing. It's supposed to
Yeah, there's a
auto-generate
couple like
from
that.
when you pin the point for the work site. So
Yeah, nice job though. It's a great project.
Thank you.
So this grant is for phase one, right? So the left side of this image, and then the right would be a future project, future grant request, whatever.
Correct. Yeah, we're also working on fundraising and donations to help bring some of those elements from phase two into this first phase. So we're actually we have a contract for both design of phase one and two, so that if we receive donations or additional grants, we can pull forward some of those additional amenities.
Okay, but at this point in time, it's just the phase one that we're looking at.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess back to this one. Yeah, so I think it would help on here to clarify, like if this is like an overall master plan, but then highlight what's in this scope of the grant.
So in the next slide,
maybe you had that. Scope, or this one here.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
But I also see the point of showing like what's existing and what will be remaining after, like in between phase one and phase two, right? I think that's to what Jeff was speaking about.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, other thoughts or suggestions? Great. All right, well, thank you, Shelby. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, bye. All righty, looks like we got one more before lunch. City of Granite Falls. Pull that PowerPoint up. Who looks like Jeff is here from Granite Falls, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And can you see that okay?
I can. Thank you. Let me just kind of.
All right. And I can advance the slides or pass control to you. What's your preference?
If you don't mind, advance and for me, that'd be fantastic.
Yep, no problem. All right, well, whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for the entire evaluation committee. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Ballantyne. I'm the city manager for the city of Granite Falls. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present Legion Park. It's our Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program local parks development request. We're asking for $500,000. The city's overall planning level project cost is estimated at $990,000 with a city match of $490,000. And that really is demonstrating our city council's strong commitment and drive to enhance our city's parks and rec for our citizens and the hundreds of thousands that travel each year to experience the many sites and activities that we have along the Mountain Loop corridor. The proposed Legion Park is a 1-acre city-owned downtown site. It's in eastern Snohomish counties, and it's adjacent right next door to where I'm sitting today at City Hall and also near our park and ride. I will be clear throughout the presentation that although we reference a lot the Veterans Memorial Monument, the Heritage Railroad display, food court concessions component, and flagpoles, those are all outside of the RCO grant scope, and they'll be funded separately. They're included in there as context, so you can kind of see, excuse me, how they enhance the proposed park features. Next slide, please. So Granite Falls, as I said before, is eastern Snohomish County, about 35 miles northeast of Everett, and we're in legislative district number 39. We're considered the gateway to the Mountain Loop Highway and the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. Hundreds of thousands of recreational visitors visit the corridor annually. Typically during the peak season, May through October, you're averaging between 17,000 and 20,000 visitors per month. And this area that we're talking about, in particular, Legion Park, it would service our Granite Falls residents, the nearby Snohomish County communities, and the regional outdoor recreation visitors who travel through downtown Granite Falls. This location matters because Legion Park would serve us locally for the daily needs as well as the regional visitor needs, especially during those peak months that I just talked about. The project is not an isolated parkland. It sits right at the front door of the rural gateway community where there's limited public restrooms, accessible gathering points, and currently we don't have an outdoor event infrastructure. Next slide, please. The project is approximately 1 acre made up of 2 adjacent fee simple city-owned parcels. It includes the former American Legion Post 125 site in the adjoining L-shaped city parcel. The site is directly adjacent to City Hall and nearby parking right and allows the project to leverage the existing infrastructure of City Hall and the parking rather than converting the parkland into a surface lot. The site is currently vacant today. It does not have any public provided restrooms. It's not a developed plaza. There's no covered outdoor venue or accessible low park infrastructure. It's a strong location though, because it converts currently city-owned land into downtown public recreation asset without acquisition costs or tenure uncertainty. Next slide. The city and area central need is pretty straightforward. Granite Falls does not have a developed downtown park facility that can support public gathering, accessible recreation, or community programming. First, there's no dedicated downtown gathering area. Events such as we have a pretty sizable railroad days that we've had for years. Show and Shine, which is the longest running car show in the state. Frightening Falls and the annual Christmas tree lighting events really rely on street closures, rented equipment, rented restrooms, and temporary setup. Second, there's no covered outdoor venue. And as you know, in Western Washington, especially where we're at, we're in a convergence zone. Weather limits our program for much of the year. Third, there's limited availability for downtown public restrooms, serving residents, event attendees, and Mountain Loop travelers. Fourth, accessible local park infrastructure is very limited. Existing recreation options are seasonal or they're school-owned. That's the vast majority of them. Or outside city limits or not designated as accessible downtown civic space. Legion Park responds directly to those gaps with an infrastructure providing a plaza with pavilion, performance support, a restroom, circulation, landscaping, and site safety improvements. Next slide, please. The primary beneficiaries are Granite Falls residents, especially seniors, families, and users with all abilities who need a walkable, ADA accessible downtown park. The project also benefits event organizers, downtown businesses, veterans, and legacy community members, and the Mountain Loop travelers who pass through the city. The timing is important. We've literally just ended an 8-year sewer moratorium. The residential growth is starting to accelerate now, and we anticipate getting nearly 50% increase in our current population over the next 3 to 4 years. And that means that the city has got to keep pace with the public infrastructure needs, especially the parks and recs. I think to highlight this, the flooding that our area was hit pretty hard in December of 2025. And that's known with the federal disaster declaration, really highlights the importance of resilient gathering places where residents can reconnect and recover from those. The American Legion history, which is strong there, over 100 years, we've had a building there that we literally took down for this park area. It still creates a strong community identity for that site. But I want to be clear, the memorial monument itself is outside the RCO scope and will be funded separately. What RCO would fund is eligible public recreation infrastructure that allows the site to function specifically as a local park. Next slide. The $500,000 ask is for eligible outdoor recreation infrastructure only. So the scope would include accessible public plaza with a gathering space, a covered pavilion with performance support, ADA compliant public restroom facility, accessible pathways and site circulation, native landscaping, site furnishing and lighting, site preparation, stormwater and safety improvements. What's outside is the Veterans Memorial Monument, the Heritage Railway display included trestle replica and train car, food court, concessions component, flagpole installation. Those outside scope appear, again, just for context, so you can kind of see how the whole thing will look and where it's going to draw more and more folks into the park. Next slide. The design is compact, it's accessible, it's weather resilient. The green areas that you can see here on the site plan are RCO funded in scope. The beige areas are outside the RCO scope and be separately funded. The accessible plaza and circulation create a functional downtown gathering space. The covered pavilion and performance support make the site usable for ceremonies, concerts, markets, community events, especially in the wet weather. The ADA compliant restroom addresses the documented downtown and Mountain Loop visitor need. The native landscaping and green space respond to community feedback, and you'll see that in a bit, to reduce hardscape and create more park-like setting. The adjacent park and ride supports parking needs once preserves the 1-acre site for recreation rather than asphalt. And again, the Veterans Monument, Heritage Trellis, train display, food court, and flagpole shown in beige are outside the grant scope. Next slide, please. So again, the total planning right now we estimate for this project is $990,000. The ask is $500,000, and the city would provide $490,000 in city match, nearly half of the planning costs. The budget is based on local and regional public works cost assumptions and is intentionally framed as a planning level at this stage. The schedule is aligned with the RCO process requirements, and the city understands that if recommended for funding, the grant agreement would be issued most likely around late summer of 2027. As well, we understand cultural resources review would occur after the survey submission and would be completed before the RCO potentially gives a NTP a notice to proceed. No project-related ground disturbance will occur before the agreement issuance, completion of the cultural resources requirements, and RCO NTP notice to proceed. Our targeted construction is 28-29, and that's consistent with the 1 to 2 year completion window after agreement issuance. Next slide, please. So here you're looking at our engagement process, and we used the layered engagement process to really develop how this park would look. The city council held a strategic retreat, and they established the project as their #1 priority for the city. The University of Washington joined with us and through a Livable City Year partnership, and they brought a multidisciplinary design and planning support to the civic campus concept. Public council work sessions reviewed the layouts, the restroom options, pavilion concepts, the memorial concepts, again, outside of RCO funding in open sessions. Veterans and legacy stakeholders were consulted on the history and the context of the former Legion site while recognizing the memorial itself is outside the RCO scope. Staff used an iterative feedback book and workshops to move from early options to practical preferred concepts. And the city plans to continue this with targeted outreach to seniors, low-income residents, accessibility communities, and the Stillaguanish tribe during detailed design. A great example of this process and collaboration tied to this whole thing is we're going to have our first annual 5K run. That's going to start and end at this location. And if you can imagine every quarter mile of this 3.1 mile course, we're going to have mile markers. And we've designed that in collaboration with the Granite Falls Historic Society, the city itself, the Stillaguanish tribe in America 250. And what you'll see as you go through, you'll have mile markers, but you're going to have history of the United States, Granite Falls in the region, in 20-year increments as you go on this run. And that'll be something that we do every year and that the rest of the community and the region will be able to benefit from. Next slide. Many engagements thus far resulted in design changes due to the valuable input that we received during these iterative processes. Early concepts, as an example, had too much paving, so the design added more green space, benches, native plantings. Community members identified the need for event and ceremony space, so the project added a covered pavilion and performance platform. The Legion history was very important, so the memorial context was preserved on site, again, outside of RCO scope. Restroom options were reviewed for capacity, costs, and operations, leading to the right size ADA compliant facility. The existing memorial marker was retained in every design iteration, again, outside the RCO funding, but it's really a good center point for the park. This engagement shaped the park in a collaborative and thoughtful and actionable ways that we continue to move forward on today. Next slide, please. Partnerships are central to making this project feasible for us, a small city. The University Livable City Year Partnership provided professional level planning and design support to the city that we couldn't afford it on our own. The American Legion, the veteran community provided history, advocacy, long-term civic meaning, while the memorial monument remains outside the RCO grant. The downtown business will benefit from and can support the many planned community events. The council wants to have a community event centered on this park once every month of the year. And that should really create a lot of visitor activity to this park. Mountain Loop tourism stakeholders benefit from improved visitor infrastructure and a gateway to the corridor. Snohomish County coordination matters for transportation, stormwater, emergency recovery, and the regional context. These partnerships really reduce the risk and strengthen the long-term use of this park. Next slide, please. Sustainability is also built into the project ecologically, socially, and economically. Ecologically, the project uses native drought-tolerant plantings, efficient lighting, stormwater management, and future rain garden and bioswale capacity. Socially, it creates an accessible downtown gathering space connected to transit, civic services, and a year-round community programming. Economically, it supports downtown activity, uses durable, low-maintenance materials, and can generate modest vendor and event revenue to offset operations. The city understands the long-term stewardship obligation of the 50-year public outdoor recreation commitment, and that comes with the RCO funding, and we are committed to that. The cost efficiencies are strong with the $490,000 city match, the University of Washington Livable City year-in-kind design contribution, adjacent park and ride, avoiding new parking construction on the parkland. City owns fee simple parcels, avoiding acquisition costs. Civic campus efficiencies being right next to City Hall and existing operations. And ultimately, these RCO funds would unlock a high-need, high-visibility, locally matched project on secured public land. Next slide, please. To close, again, I thank you for your consideration for the ask of $500,000 from the WWRP Local Parks Development. The project certainly fills clear gaps of downtown public open space, ADA accessible recreation infrastructure, and public restroom availability. The city does bring a strong $490,000 match, fee simple control, UW design support, adjacent parking, and a realistic RCO-aligned schedule. The project is ready for the next stage, but the city will not begin ground disturbance until grant agreement, cultural resource requirements, and the RCO notice to proceed are complete. The on-site plan, as again, you can see here, the green is RCO funded, the beige is outside the scope. And again, the memorial component, the heritage display, train, concession, food court, flagpoles are all outside the RCO scope and separately funded. We really, really thank you for your time, your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Just so you're about 3 minutes too long, which is, it's fine. It's technical review or practicing, but you'll get some feedback here from the committee that'll hopefully help you sort of tighten that up and
okay.
For when you come back in August. So, all right. Anything, suggestions and feedback for Jeff? Corey, go ahead.
Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. I just want to point out that there's a discrepancy or a difference between the request that you have on your presentation and the request in PRISM. The request in the presentation is $500,000 with a $490,000 match. On PRISM, it's $495 and $495, so 50-50.
Oh, okay.
And I think you guys might have to have the 50% required match. So I just want to make sure that they're consistent across both mediums.
Thank you for that.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Other suggestions? David?
Yeah, I'm not totally clear why parts of the project are left out of the scope. So I don't know if it's a RCO thing or complications. I'm not really sure why that is and why it's repeated so many times in the presentation as well, type of thing. So
yeah, that is an RCO. It's an eligibility rule. So we don't fund like museums and monuments and that sort of thing. So that's why he just made it really clear that that's out of scope. But Jeff, I think you could say that just sort of once up front, and then you won't need to. That'll save you some time. You won't have to reiterate that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anne?
So I kind of struggled with this slide in particular, slide 7, because I'm looking at the graphic on the left, and from the key, it looks like only the native landscaping is part of this request. And so then I kind of struggled with that. I don't know if you could make that more clear I've got some text. There's kind of a lot going on this slide. In general, I felt like you could use a few more slides to break up some of the information. Mostly you did a good job of the text was legible, but I just feel like sometimes there was too much information to absorb on one slide.
Okay.
So that's.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Yeah, I think that dark green really pops out. I sort of thought that at first, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, no, there's so they could probably be the same shade of green there, so it's not confusing.
Okay.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, great project for Granite Falls. Sounds like a very important project. And I agreed with this slide. This was kind of my issue too, because the internal legend in the middle there is not, it's kind of hard to read, right? But then there's another legend on the bottom that looks like, there's nothing in scope except for the landscaping. But also on the sustainability slide, I think it's great information. It's just kind of hard to read, and some of them are kind of smaller. Some of the slide, fonts are kind of harder to read. There's a lot of words. Just try to think of ways to kind of graphically display some more information as opposed to words. But hitting all the points with great information was just great. So nice job.
Thank you very much.
Good, thanks. Other thoughts? All right. I think what else could help Jeff is just more photos of this site. Sadly, it's been a long time since I've been to Granite Falls, and that might be so. It's nice to kind of take us to where you are, show us existing conditions, and those, ground shots can really help. If you have any sort of recent aerials, Google might have sort of a recent aerial imagery. That can really help sort of show you have loads of great information and text, but just a few more pictures.
That sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Any final thoughts? Good. Well, thank you, Jeff. You'll be getting some written feedback as well once your grants manager returns your application. So,
well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. Looks like we have arrived 12:10, exactly on time for lunch. Look at that. We will see you back here at 1:10. So enjoy. Have a nice break.
Hey, Carl, this is Hannah Merrill with the City of Squim, just checking to see if you can hear us okay.
I
There you
can.
are.
Thank you for joining. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just finishing up our lunch break, so folks will be back soon. Can you see the screen okay too?
Yes.
Okay.
And do you want our camera on? I'm here with Megan Euchre, our resource analyst. And do you want our video on or off?
Off for now, but in a few minutes when we come back and when you're presenting, it's nice to have your cameras on.
Okay. Okay.
All right. See you in just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. Hello again, Hannah and Megan. Welcome.
Hi.
I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint for you.
And Carl, can you hear us okay? Because on our side, it's quite quiet.
I can. Can other folks hear them?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, maybe turn up the volume if it's not already maxed out on your end.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like folks are getting back from lunch. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
Yes.
Excellent. And I'd be happy to advance slides for you, or I can pass control over to you. What's your preference?
Megan is my move forwarder person.
Okay.
So yeah, if you pass it on over.
We'll do that. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. It should activate it.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
There we go. Well, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay, great. My name is Hannah Merrill. I'm the Parks and Events Manager, and with me today is Megan Euchre, the Resource Analyst with the City of Sequim. And we're here to present the request for support for the acquisition of 15.5 acres of incredible property for a new park on West Hendrickson Road in the City of Sequim. Sequim is located in eastern Clallam County on the north coast of the Olympic Peninsula, as highlighted in the red box. The community is situated between the Olympic Mountains and the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The future park is located at 764 West Hendrickson Road in Sequim, Washington, on the northwest corner of city limits. The site's existing condition is a 15.5 acre parcel used over the last century as a single-family residential farm. Of the former homestead site, only a modern detached garage, a shed, and a gravel access driveway remain. Native Gary oak, the only native oak species in Washington and British Columbia, and other trees dot the northern segment of the property. It's currently used by a tenant rancher to graze a small cattle herd. The goal of this project is for the city to acquire this spectacular parcel within the city residential area for future community park development. The park inventory for the City of Sequim service area is shown here, including the distance between each park and the new acquisition. McCord Park is Tree 1. It will significantly expand recreational opportunities and preserves open space in the underserved northwest part of the city. It will also help relieve heavy regional use at Carrie Blake Park, shown here as Tree 2, which is currently the only city park situated for multiple recreational and sports activities. Parks 3 and 4 are undeveloped passive use parks. They are not easily reached except for by car. Parks 5 and 6 are small neighborhood parks that are built out for existing playground and arboretum uses. As a system, these existing parks do not fully provide the multimodal access or the range of amenities needed in Sequim. McCord Park is intended to help address these important gaps. It creates park access in an underserved city quadrant, and it also provides the opportunity to develop desired park amenities that the current park inventory cannot. McCord Park, shown here in green, is ideally located to be accessible to core service facilities that serve the growing residential and regional needs. These prime locations include in Lavender, assisted living and senior housing facilities; in red, the Olympic Medical Center and Cancer Center and the Jamestown-Sklallam Medical and Dental Clinics; in dark blue, the Sequim School District K through 12 campus; in light blue, the Olympic Peninsula Boys and Girls Club and the YMCA; and it's regionally connected to the Olympic Discovery Trail, which is represented here as an orange line. The anticipated development of this well-situated parcel as a community park truly complements the needs of the users of these nearby facilities. As shown in this graph, the citywide SQUIM Parks and Open Space Plan identifies a growth allocation of nearly 3,000 new residents over the next 20 years within city limits. This also reflects the 1.5% county growth rate, additional residents who will also likely utilize this park. This plan identifies the deficiencies in current park and open space acreage. The parcel acquisition accommodates expected growth and ensures quality of life and equitable access to nearby parks for city and regional residents. The need for a new community park in the northwest section of the city has been identified in the citywide Parks and Open Space Plan, in community surveys, and on the comprehensive plan future land use map. To ensure adequate and equitable park access, the park plan specifically identifies acquisition of open space and trail-oriented recreation as high priorities of the community. The natural character of this parcel is defined by its broad level pasture land and open grasslands, punctuated by scattered trees, likely planted by former owners. Among them are native Gary oak trees that provide rich habitat for birds, pollinators, and other wildlife, alongside mature fruit trees and stately Douglas firs. The site currently has few built features. The former homesteads are long gone from the property. Only a modern garage and shed structure remain. There is a gravel access driveway from the adjacent Hendrickson Road. Electrical and water utilities border or extend onto the property, including direct access to the Squim Prairie Irrigation Ditch Company water. The multimodal Olympic Discovery Trail runs along the southern border of this property. The master plan for McCord Park will be developed in 2027, including additional community input on park features. A conceptual design based on the citywide Parks and Open Space Plan has been developed by the city and includes public access and parking, a treed habitat area, restroom facilities, open space play and picnic areas. Additional developed recreational opportunities are yet to be determined, as noted in the suggested pump track. This acquisition will serve nearby neighborhoods, senior centers, local schools, and connect to broader community recreational assets, including the Olympic Discovery Trail. McCord Park protects a significant undeveloped property within city limits and secures a park future site in an area well-positioned to serve residents of all ages. It advances long-term local priorities by preserving land now before development pressures remove the opportunity altogether. If the city had waited for future funding cycles before acting, this property may not have been available. This parcel was identified on the comprehensive plan future land use map as one of the few remaining undeveloped parcels available in the city appropriate for community park development. The acquisition of this potential site expands the accessibility for city residents to a public park. The development pressure was real. As the city negotiated with the McCord family, the commercial interests made concurrent offers to counter the city's proposal, which in turn increased the appraisal value range. The site's natural features are exceptionally well suited for the development of a community park. The flat topography and gravelly, well-drained soils provide an ideal foundation for future park amenities and built features. This is the last remaining contiguous parcel of this scale within city limits. The site is located directly adjacent to city water, and Clallam PUD electrical utilities have already been extended on site. An irrigation ditch also serves the property, as does a city collector street with a multi-use trail, and street lighting facilities exist along the southern property border. This park has an extensive cohort of 20 to 30 mature trees, including the Gary Oaks, that can support over 100 at-risk species, including rare butterflies, birds, and plants, and providing immediate shade and landscaping for the park. This parcel also contains grassy fields, currently used for grazing, that are well suited for development of the future park and recreational opportunities like open space and play areas. One of the most extraordinary features of this park is that it is directly adjacent to the multimodal regional Olympic Discovery Trail, a segment of the Great American Rail Trail. This trail is a stunning 130-plus mile multi-use route stretching from Port Townsend to La Push, Washington, connecting the Puget Sound to the Pacific Ocean. It repurposes old railway lines, boasts a spectacular 700-foot restored trestle bridge over the Dungeness River, and is designed to be accessible for walking, cycling, and horseback riding. This allows easy access by pedestrians and bikes from within the city and this park area for the over 250,000 international visitors that use this regional trail every year. As shown in previous slides, this community park is located near many of SQUIM's core service facilities, such as medical centers, K-12 school campus, senior living facilities, youth organizations, and the public library. This park acquisition and future development of a community park will put these amenities and other service providers at a strollable distance between 1/10 to 1/2 mile away. The citywide 2022 Parks and Open Space Plan Survey found that 53% of respondents prioritized land acquisition for city parks. A 2023 community survey of all city services found top community priorities to include purchasing property for creation of additional park and open spaces and preserving green space. We are excited to engage with the community in the upcoming design phase, including a park master plan, cultural resources study, and further engagement to envision this new gathering place together. The acquisition generated enthusiastic local media coverage, with headlines celebrating both the purchase of the property and its dedication as a future community park. For Ruth McCord's family, the project carries a deeper meaning. Preserving the land she stewarded as a city park reflects her wishes and honors her love for SQUIM. Public response has been overwhelmingly positive, with community excitement surrounding both the acquisition and the park's future potential. Community engagement through the city's parks and open space planning efforts has delivered an unmistakable and inspiring message. SQUIM residents care deeply about preserving open space and are genuinely excited about expanding recreational opportunities for the community. The enthusiasm has been broad, visible, and consistent, and it is reinforced by strong community-wide support. This has been expressed in letters from more than a dozen local and regional organizations who see the value of this asset for the populations they serve, one that fosters an appreciation of community, the joy, and as The CEO of Boys and Girls Club said, "The park has the potential to be a true convening place, one that fosters the appreciation of community, the joy of shared experiences, and helps build lasting relationships. Most importantly, it would provide greater access for underserved youth and their families." The McCord family's contribution of a 1-acre parcel shown here in yellow helps bring together 16.6 acres of connected landscape and possibility. Framed by open fields, mature trees, and existing infrastructure already in place, the site offers a rare foundation on which to build, reducing future development costs while preserving the character and beauty of the land. This is much more than an efficient investment. It is an opportunity to shape a welcoming and enduring place where community, culture, and connection can be shared for generations to come. Thank you for your time and your attention. In the words of Deputy Mayor Rachel Anderson, Ruth had a vision of something greater than herself. She understood that the greatest legacies are the ones that give back. The city also thanks the Recreation and Conservation Office for the opportunity to seek support for the acquisition of this remarkable property, the future Ruth C. McCord Memorial Park, allowing the city to move forward in creating a lasting community resource for the long-term benefit of both residents and visitors to Sequim.
Great, thank you very much. Just so you were almost 3 minutes over time, so just keep that in mind for when it's fine for technical review, but when you come back in August, you'll need to keep it to 12. So you could probably pick up the pace a little bit, but also just keep that in mind as you're getting feedback from the committee here. So
yep.
Yeah. All right. Thoughts and suggestions and advice here for the acquisition in Sequim. Corey, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for sending us the project. One, I want to point out your partnerships are really great. I'm glad you've got so many letters of support. So that's a good one. What I'd love to hear more about is the Olympic Discovery Trail, and show us more of the numbers and how many people pass through Sequim every year. And I'm curious if the park plans on having any future plans to have amenities or services kind of at that park to help support that trail as people are biking it.
Great.
Thanks, Corey. Ann, go ahead.
So one thing I noticed on the time thing, so slide 5, you spent kind of a long time going through what each color was. There's the one after this, I think, where if you could have just done labels instead of a key, if you had just labeled what those things were briefly, I think you could have talked about them and gotten through that part more quickly. That would have helped you in your time. So just think about how you're using your time and try to spend the most amount of time on the places that get you the most points.
Yep. The irony is that I thought I had 20 minutes. And so all my practices have been less than 12 until this one.
Yeah, well, the time slot is 20, but it's 12 and 8. We do like 12-minute PowerPoint, 8
Which
minutes.
totally makes sense. Yep.
Yeah. All right. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Very familiar with the area. Lived there in the early 90s. So I'd be kind of curious for you to, it's not part of the project because it's an acquisition, but give a sense of how you are going to attempt fundraising to develop the park. So just convince us that there's a plan to actually develop the park. So thank you. Good location. The Discovery Trail is just amazing. It was when I lived there. That was just the beginning of our pipe dreams back in the early 90s. So
yeah, pretty cool how far they've gotten.
Yep.
Thanks, David. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, just a great project. I just wanted to ask about the legislative funding. So it looks like 2 different cycles, but it totaled 530,000.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to double check because I saw that in the funding matching that it showed 2 different years, but it totals that amount. So
yeah,
great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? Couple things I thought of on some of your aerials. I think you could repeat that bright orange line showing the trail, because I know that's of interest and an important connection.
Okay.
Your donation, if that was part of the waiver, sort of pre-approved waiver, that you'd want to call that out in your budget in Prism, also as a cost efficiency. But I don't know if that happened before or later or something. But if it's included in our approved waiver, then that's a nice cost efficiency. You can score extra points for that.
Okay.
Also, maybe you touched on it, but I'm not sure. Just I know that this area is growing pretty rapidly. Just you probably mentioned population somewhere, but like walkable. There's a lot of not just the Boys and Girls Club and stuff in that area and the senior living, but also just homes, just lots of residences. And so, a number of people within a half mile or mile, that can be helpful.
Okay. I had a question about the maps. It says in the, the write-up of what to put on slides to have the north direction. And since we turned this one in, of course, we've made a ton of changes already, and now we'll make some more. But having the north arrow on all of the aerials and anything that's, showing direction. Yeah, I mean, like this one, you're looking actually west.
West,
and and I just wondered, do we say, the top of the page is looking north or looking west, or does it matter?
I mean, industry standard is to have north up, right? So that's sort of the default. If you orient something differently, it can be helpful to say that. It's like, okay, by the way, north is to the right on this slide or something.
Okay.
I mean, you could put that on every slide, but if it's already north up, that's usually what people assume. This is another one. You could put an outline around the property. We can kind of see it with the dark green, but an outline around the property and the orange line for the trail.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much for sharing the project. You'll get some written feedback as well, and then we'll see you again in August.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Next up, moving to the east side to Othello. It looks like Sarah is here. Are you presenting this one, Sarah?
I am.
Great. Let me get your PowerPoint up. There we go. Can you see that?
I can see that, yes.
Excellent. And do you want me to pass controls over to you to advance slides?
Yeah, if you give me just a second to orientate myself with it.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it. And then, yeah, there you go.
I can get them moving the right direction. So,
sure.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. I am Sarah Montemayor. I'm the grant writer for the City of Othello, and thank you for the opportunity to present our request for a WWRP Local Parks Grant to develop a community playground at Tigueras Park. The City of Othello has made significant progress improving its parks, and now we are focusing on Tigueras Park, which serves a growing residential area near low-income housing. This park currently supports general recreation and soccer, but it lacks play structures for children. This project addresses that gap by creating a safe, inclusive, and engaging environment for families while building on recent investments already made on this site. This project is in Othello, which is located in the heart of the Columbia Basin in Adams County and southeastern Washington State. Tigueras Park is located just outside city limits and was acquired by the city in 2021. Since then, the city has taken over maintenance and has been steadily improving the park to better serve the surrounding community. Tigueras Park currently has no playground. Previous equipment was removed due to safety concerns, leaving no play opportunities for children at this site. This means that although families use the park, there is no dedicated safe space for children to play. Families must travel approximately 2 miles to reach the park with playground equipment. Schools with playground equipment are located even farther from the parks. And this route that they take lacks sidewalks and requires crossing an irrigation canal and railroad tracks, making it unsafe for youth to walk or bike. For families, especially those without reliable transportation, this creates a real barrier to accessing recreation. Othello has a population of 9,210 residents, and approximately 2,400 people live in the unincorporated area surrounding Tigueras Park. This area includes a concentration of low-income and subsidized housing, where many families rely on nearby public spaces for recreation. Currently, a new subsidized housing development is being built next to the park. This will add over 240 residents. This growth further increases the need for accessible local recreation within walking distance. General data shows that Othello has lower household incomes and higher youth poverty rates compared to the state, and around Tigueras Park, these conditions are even more pronounced. Approximately 41% of the population is under 18, and around 46% of the youth live in poverty near the park. This highlights the importance of access to free, safe recreational spaces for this community. This park is already a hub for the community use, especially soccer programs. Families gather here regularly for practices, games, and it's an important gathering space. However, children who are not participating in these activities, especially younger siblings, have no place to play. This project ensures that all children, not just those in organized sports, have a safe and engaging place to be. The city's comprehensive plan, and specifically its park element, identifies the need for an improved and inclusive recreational amenities, directly supporting this project and reinforcing its importance within long-term planning. Recent community feedback also confirms this need. Residents identified playground improvements as a top priority, with strong interest in inclusive and accessible play features. This project will develop a new inclusive playground with accessible surfacing, support amenities, and seating to create a safe and welcoming environment. After listening to the community's request from an April 2026 survey, the goal is to create the space with swings, large structure seating, and accessibility for children of all abilities. This plan here outlines the new location and layout of a new playground, which would be developed in the location of the old playground. Here it shows the playground location within the park and how it integrates within existing amenities, including restrooms, shelters, shade canopy, soccer fields, and pathways, making it accessible for families. The design includes inclusive play, supporting children of all abilities, and encouraging social interaction, sensory play, and shared experiences. The site is ready for development, and we are using the old playground's existing location. The city owns the property, and new restrooms were installed in 2023. Shelters are already in place, with an additional shelter planned this summer. The city has also planted over 110 trees to create a long-term shade canopy, and this project will not require the removal of any trees. This allows us to build on existing investments while enhancing the overall park experience and providing the only playground for this neighborhood. The total project cost is $556,000, with a funding request of $500,000. The city is providing local funds and reducing costs by utilizing in-house engineering and its experience in delivering similar projects. In 2024, the city completed a playground at Lions Park and is currently in the process of developing a new playground at Kiwanis Park. All cost estimates were provided by in-house engineering. In April 2026, the city conducted a community survey that received over 190 responses in just 1 week, indicating strong support for playground improvements. Additionally, feedback from a current ongoing public input questionnaire for the city's comprehensive plan update has also highlighted the need for more shade, expanded play areas, and additional seating. Community member priorities emphasize larger play structures, seating, swings, and inclusive features, which directly shape this project. They also emphasize new seating and picnic area, but this is already scheduled within our city budget for July of this summer. This project is supported by strong community interest and local business support, as evidenced by letters of support. There will be no impacts to ecological function because the playground site is already disturbed. New trees have already been planted and will eventually provide the shade canopy. The playground is within walking and biking distance of these neighborhoods, so there will be no longer a need to drive to another playground. This will also increase opportunities for physical activity and social interactions. Our playground equipment will be durable, low maintenance materials, and include recycled components. Overall, the project supports the long-term community health, outdoor activity, and social interaction. This project maximizes values by using existing infrastructure and requires no land acquisition. Additionally, the city already has maintenance staff who are certified as playground equipment inspectors and will be able to maintain and preserve the new playground. In closing, Tigueras Park currently has no playground and it serves an underserved community. This project would restore a critical missing amenity and is ready to move forward. And I thank you for respectfully listening to and requesting your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. All right, you are about 4 minutes under time, so you definitely have some room to work with, so keep that in mind, and we'll get some feedback here from the committee. All right, David, go ahead.
Yeah, good job. You probably got some good training from Ann about how to keep on time, so appreciate that. First off, just one of my observations when I was in Othello, I think 2 years ago, is just the community activity at the parks. There, your existing parks is just tremendous. On a Sunday evening, warm Sunday evening, the community comes out to these parks. It's pretty amazing. I'm kind of curious, though, to have you talk a little bit more about this being outside the city limits. I think that's what I heard. So this is outside the city, but the city owns it, and how that fits within the context if the city is planning on annexing this area. Just kind of a little bit more understanding of that relationship of long-term responsibility for this property. So
yeah, when I was reading through the slides and double checking today, I was making notes on slides about that. I realized that wasn't there. So thank you.
And I think you don't have any limitations because you're not a growth management community about urban growth area. So, I mean, annexation's possible in this area, I do believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that is something in the application that we had actually stated. We're not within that, but this is a future, growth site for Othello. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Go ahead, Mary.
I'll have to drive by this place when I head over to Eastern Washington sometime. I saw that there's a lot of development housing around this park, but I may have missed it. What's the socioeconomic demographics for this area?
That area, yeah, I have the information on that. I mean, that area is probably one of our lowest income,
Okay.
Lots of youth in that area. And so lots of subsidized housing, lots of farm laborers in that area as well. So,
Okay. That would be helpful.
Okay.
That also feeds into the need for, it looked like there's a lot of new development there that didn't have grass or any
Yeah,
lawn. So
yeah.
this area has in my opinion, a much higher demand because of its location. So that might feed into your need statement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the project. We appreciate it. Looking at, I think slide 8, you had your table of demographic data.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think there it is, 10. I was curious. So Othello is the city limits of Othello. Washington State is Washington State, but for the park, what is that particular area that you guys are measuring? I'm curious what that.
There's a census tract that I was able to pull up that kind of measured those areas around, and I guess I could include that picture in there as well too.
Yeah, I think including that picture in there be good to know because I think, and David was kind of getting to this too. I'm kind of curious how to have a park that's outside of city limits that's being used by non-residents. How are we able to maintain the park financially? Because the funds to maintain that park are coming from Othello residents, but it seems like it's serving primarily non-residents.
And I think I need to touch base more. As I was going through the park element page, we purchased the park with the intent of there was a request for more soccer, and that area has become our soccer like kind of area. So on soccer days, we have over I think this year was almost 550 children registered for spring soccer that play down there on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. So so I think it drives the community down there in those events. So
cool.
Jeff, go ahead, and then David.
Yeah, nice job. I was just going to ask about on sustainability too. You did have a lot of extra time, so I feel like you could have expanded on some of those areas next time to talk about, the ecological, social, and economic factors involved. Some of the slides, definitely could have expanded upon some of that information, and you'll be able to do that. You'll have some time to do it. So great job.
okay.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, you just said something that I don't think that you had in the presentation about that this might be the soccer that serves the city of Othello. You don't have other soccer fields in town. So if that's part of the need and why you have this outside the city limits and investing in it, I think that's an important thing to include.
Yeah, okay.
All right, any other thoughts for Othello? All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. You'll get some written feedback as well, and then we'll see you in August.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye. All right, next up, heading back to the Olympic Peninsula, Port Angeles.
Afternoon.
Hey, how you doing, Corey?
Good. How are you all?
Doing good.
Good.
And Christine, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great. Can you guys see the PowerPoint okay?
We can. Yep.
Can.
All right. And would one of you like to control the slides?
I can control it.
All right. Find you. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the slide. That should activate it for you. There we go.
Okay. Back up here. Well, thank you for your time. My name is Corey Delcott. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Port Angeles. And today, me and Christine are going to talk about a project that we've been working on for many years. And this is kind of the last phase. It's the amphitheater project for the City of Port Angeles. Webster Woods Sculpture Park is a 5-acre city park located in Port Angeles. The property is the former estate of Esther Webster, who gifted it to the city in 1986 to serve as a space for arts and culture. The property is home to the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center, a nonprofit providing daily operations, program management, and stored to 2 city-owned spaces on the property. They are Webster's modern home, known as the Webster Gallery, and Webster Woods Sculpture Park. This property is maintained through a partnership between the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center and the City of Port Angeles. Together, we co-manage the park. As you can see on the map, this park is surrounded by neighborhoods and within walking distance of a community college, assisted living home, and the city's largest public housing complex and 2 elementary schools. This public space is a very important space, generating place-making opportunities for visitors of all ages, and many visitors rely on the park for their daily health and recreation needs. Grant funds will be used to construct a fully accessible lighted outdoor stage with a green room and open lawn seating, with the primary goal for this work begin to continue forward movement on a strategic action plan to enhance the park's long-term viability and usability. By creating a covered program space, the project will expand year-round opportunities for outdoor learning, festivals, and live performances by supporting daily activities like walking and picnicking. This initiative builds on a robust partnership between the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center and the Webster Wood Advisory Committee that has led to significant improvements within the park. With the site plans completed and the stage foundation nearly complete, the project is shovel-ready and aligns with the latest strategic plan for the park.
The property is a true gem and unfortunately fell into disrepair for a period of time. The project represents a 10-year effort to restore the space to its full potential through strategic shifts in leadership and programming output, fund procurement for infrastructure improvements, and trail redevelopment. Significant improvements have happened in the last 3 years due to strategic planning and volunteer engagement with key community partners. As the executive director for the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center, continuing this valuable work of improving this amazing civic asset is a top priority for our organization.
Focusing on this project and this particular property allows the city to address several challenges and increases our capacity. While the city has one other covered stage, it is located on our downtown pier, is heavily impacted by wind, and lacks ADA accessibility for performers. Additionally, due to the exposure in nature, it is a challenging venue for more intimate activities such as outdoor theater and public ceremonies. As Port Angeles is considered the base camp for Olympic National Park, our local community both deeply values time spent in the outdoors and is economically reliant on creating outdoor tourism. Having an event space immersed in a forest city park create exactly the kind of unique outdoor experience that outdoor-minded locals and visitors are looking for. Finally, the city struggles to maintain a full staffing for city parks, and therefore partnerships like those with the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center are crucial for extending our capacity for park upkeep, public programming, and the resources needed for community groups to make use of city spaces. The amphitheater lawn will comfortably seat up to 700 people. Prior to recent improvements, there were significant slopes in the lawn, and less than 200 people could reasonably find level ground to view the performance. A permanent stage will also reduce park staff and park impacts associated with repeatedly hauling in a temporary stage and tents in the park for activities.
A unique advantage of this park is that PFAC is embedded through our park program activities. We're providing free or affordable outdoor recreation opportunities for people of all ages, 7 days a week, and we draw more than 30,000 plus annual visits to the park per year. Additionally, with steady improvement, we've drawn the interest of fellow nonprofits to also offer engagements such as community celebrations, free yoga in the park, and outdoor theater. Ultimately, as you see from the list of park activities, there's deep investment in this park, and that extends our city's capacity to offer meaningful outdoor activities for public health and wellness. The addition of a covered outdoor stage will improve the quality of activities that are already happening and will allow us to extend the calendar of outdoor education, entertainment, and recreation options to better accommodate the rainy season, and it will expand opportunities for additional special events throughout the year. The next slide. This is just a visual of some of the ways that the park is currently being utilized.
The need for this project was identified through the strategic planning work of the Webster Woods Advisory Team. These 11 community stakeholders, which included local land experts, neighbors, supporting nonprofits, historians, and city park staff, used a community survey and community visioning process to develop a 3-year strategic plan that has led to significant park improvements and funds to support this effort. Listed on the slide are the 3-year goals. This project also aligns with the city's strategic plan, comprehensive plan, and capital facilities plan. Community survey results led to our decision to focus on the development of an amphitheater, as a request for more stage performance and return of the Shakespeare in the park were the most common survey requests. Additionally, requests for better access and city amenities were common. Also, as part of our early phase work was a GPS assessment of the trails within the park provided by a community volunteer. This included every walkway trail in the park. As you can see from the map in the upper corner, we're dealing with quite a number of trails. This initial work helped the team develop current site plan, which you see on the bottom corner of this slide.
So the proposed project scope of the work builds on previous planning and improvements. We successfully closed out our strategic plan at the end of last year and completed the following tasks that you see listed on the slide. A few highlights from that work include new trails with a half-mile of ABA grade accessible trails and a trail connection to our neighboring community playhouse. More than 2,000 gallons of invasives removed and plantings of over 200 native plants, amphitheater site plans, and then currently underway the future stage foundation. We're now ready to move into this next phase of completing the amphitheater with a covered stage, lighting, a rubberized floor, and a green room. This will be used both as a performance space and as a secondary covered space for outdoor education programs and workshops. The improved event space will allow for live outdoor performances such as music, theater, and public presentations. The open lawn offers active play for our school groups and camp programs, and lounging and picnicking in the park. On the slide from bottom to top is a transition that's happened. In 2024, we had a vehicle access path and we implemented an access path and we removed the rotting plywood decks. Last summer, we leveled the event lawn and added a driveway and then resodded. And then currently, we're adding the concrete foundation. The project features a sidewalk leading to the stage, stabilized grass in front of the stage for ADA seating, a concrete ADA stage access ramp, a stabilized grass driveway, and a sloped lawn for seating. The structure will have painted steel beams and columns, and the roof will have tongue and groove wood decking with a clear finish. The steel beams and roof will align with the mid-century modern look of the Webster Gallery, and the steel will be used specifically to support longevity and decrease potential vandalism. These designs were developed by ORA Architects, who also designed the amphitheater in Volunteer Park in Seattle. Their firm has provided substantial pro bono service to help us develop our amphitheater site plan. The site is large enough to accommodate all park uses that are currently happening, and it is modestly designed to align with the physical event space available and to not deter from the surrounding landscape. Color, material, and design will align with the current look and feel of the park, referencing mid-century modern styles and other structures on the property. The stage will be fully accessible, as mentioned, with a concrete walkway leading up to the stage and accessible viewing directly in front. The stage is located in the central area of the park with ABA grade trails direct from both parking lots, and additionally, a vehicle access trail will connect with the stage sidewalk for equipment unloading, emergency vehicles, and ADA needs.
Total cost to complete the amphitheater project is $600,000. We were awarded the lodging tax money funds in both 2025 and 2026 to complete the concrete work and stage foundation. Therefore, the purposes of this grant, we're looking at a project total of $450,000. This budget was developed with combined feedback and estimates from a local engineering and architecture firm, as well as local contractors. We're asking for $229,000 from RCO, and we'll match that with local funds from our city and county lodging tax, as well as any other local grants available. Based on the significant partnerships, we are confident in our ability to complete this project in 1 year once funds are awarded. Because we have completed this project in phases, we already have a series of permits completed that should help expedite the process of this project.
Community input has been central to the park's evolution and this project. This initiative, as mentioned, has been guided by our advisory committee. Team members have led strategic planning, supported all levels of the design process, volunteered their time to maintain the park, and have recruited other volunteers. Community input has been gathered through park surveys, neighborhood meetings, feedback from our community partners, which includes local contractors, artists installing their work in the park, and feedback from the Art Center's most engaged partners and participants. A central community challenge is the erosion of equitable access and affordability within our community. This project addresses that inequity directly. Port Angeles is a community in transition. We're a former logging town that has successfully pivoted to tourism, and we now see 3.5 million people visit our backyard each year. Despite that influx of tourism wealth, locals are really struggling. According to the 2025 City of Port Angeles Housing Action Plan, nearly half of Port Angeles households are low income, earning less than 80% of the area median income. So as housing costs rise, low-income families, seniors, and youth are increasingly marginalized from the assets that define their home. By creating a space for high quality, free, accessible programming, we're ensuring that the tourism economy builds the community rather than displacing it. Awareness of local economic challenges combined with this community input has directly shaped the prioritization of park projects. Residents have expressed a desire for spaces that are physically and economically accessible, and this project delivers. As year-round free programming is already being successfully offered at this park, the park's on a bus line and it's within walking distance of other key public spaces, it is a strategic location for the city to add additional services. And finally, this project builds on success. Park already prioritizes economic inclusion by reinvesting funds back into our community through paying local contractors, artists, and talent for park improvements and experiences. Funds are leveraged and extended through key partnerships with the Art Center and the city. Those partners include our advisory team, the Uptown Arts District representatives, community volunteers and donors, and artists. Pro bono and volunteer support from the WWRP Advisory Committee and deep engagement with volunteer Art Center staff have been a key to this park's recent success. Together, we've leveraged our relationships and the Fine Arts Center's operational funds to ensure that the park projects are a community-led transformation. The Fine Arts Center maintains a close relationship with our agency neighbors as the lead facilitator of the Uptown Arts District, uses our funds to recruit artists, and provides stipends for all park art and performance.
Sustainability is a key concern on this project. All park projects are the result of comprehensive city planning. This work has helped us develop 10-year forest management and invasive species management plan and an ongoing list of direct tasks to complete under a 3-year timeline. Listed on the slides are the ways we are addressing community impacts, positively impacting the socioeconomics of our community and reducing environmental impacts. This project incorporates a number of cost efficiencies and reductions in government costs through the use of strategic partnerships, donated time and materials, and local funding. The most important cost savings on this project and within the park comes through the partnership between the Port Angeles Fine Arts Center and the City of Port Angeles. Fine Arts Center helps maintain the trails, recruit volunteers, and oversee work parties and support the maintenance of the physical property. They found that provide year-round arts, culture, and environmental education within the park. Additionally, Port Angeles Fine Arts Center staff have served as the project manager and primary applicant on most of the capital projects or park-related grants over the last 5 years. In this time, the staff has overseen more than $320,000 worth of city park improvements from 6 different grant opportunities. And with that, Christine and I will take any questions you may have.
Great, thanks you guys, appreciate it. You're about 2 minutes over time, so just keep that in mind for when you come back in August. And thoughts from the committee? And go ahead and then Jeff.
I felt like your slides had way too much text. So yeah, it's really valuable real estate. That's what we see when you're going through it. So if you can condense down to bullet points and just give us, pictures and graphics and bullet points and the rest of the text, I realized a while in that was kind of your script. So, you have your script for yourself on another screen, but just what we're looking at, show us with bullet points what we're focusing on as you say the things.
Okay.
That way you can make your graphics bigger, because like the map on this one in the middle on the bottom there, I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's just too small definitely too small to read any text, and I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know what's there. So that was most of it, was just show bigger graphics and just bullet points. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Sam. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Mary.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I would just make sure too that each slide is labeled with exact criteria. There's a few that are kind of deviate here and there, and some of them weren't numbered. I think in the beginning we didn't use a number. Anyway, I would just make sure that kind of aligns that way in the beginning. And then on sustainability, I didn't think you were really able to kind of get into like the 3 categories. Just be very intentional that you address the criteria, and then within the criteria, the exact elements they mention. that you did throughout the presentation, but make sure that area that we're scoring on, that is included in that piece in itself. But
Good, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Mary.
Again, a lot of text. There was one slide that had a pie chart on there. I'm a big chart person and table person, so I think it was slide 9. If you can make that chart larger, I think it has a good message. It just kind of gets lost there with the text. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mary. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of following up on Ann's thing about what was on the slide, and one of the that one image it showed the arts district, the Uptown Arts District, and actually I was trying to look to see whether or not this was on a bus route, and then you said it kind of at the end of the presentation that it was on a bus route, and I think for an event that can attract 700 people to it, I think the importance of this being on a bus route in a tourist community, I think is really important as part of that. But that arts district and transit route, that center one at the bottom there, I think would be a great image to blow up and kind of talk about this, because this is really uptown. This is up the hill from downtown Port Angeles. I used to live just probably 10 blocks down from here. So.
All right. Thanks, David.
All right, thank you. Any other final thoughts? All right, well, Corey, Christine, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yep.
All right, see you in August.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, looks like we got one more here before the break, heading to Bainbridge. And I think Matthew is here.
Hello, Carl. Hello, committee.
Hi there. I'm gonna pull up your PowerPoint.
Super. Carl, are you doing the slide advancing or are we doing it?
Whatever you prefer. I can pass you control or happy to do it if that's easier.
Sure, I could take control. Better practice that.
Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, good. Let me find your name and then there you are. All right, if you click on the screen there, it should activate your control. There you go, looks like you're moving. All right, looks like it's working.
Great.
And whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. Go right ahead.
Carl, let me clarify. Do we have just 12 minutes? Not 20? I guess I've not tracked that well.
Yeah, 12 minutes for the presentation and then 8 minutes for the advisory committee to offer advice and suggestions.
Thank you so much. I will have to realize a need to really amend because I was doing a 20-minute. So I'm going to speak quickly and probably off script. But Matthew here, I'm really pleased to be able to show you our project and get some technical advice back, and the slides and the presentation maybe are less ability to get on today given that the timing. Just my apologies on that one. But Sakai Park, welcome to it, and this project's intention to bring users to the center of our park to interact with the diverse landscapes that are there, to play and to learn among them. Bainbridge Island, you're familiar with in Western Washington, part of the Seattle metropolitan area. Though our population is less than 25,000, we actually have over 10,000 visitors estimated a month to Sakai Park. And this graphic is showing the ferry connection to downtown Seattle. We are a destination for recreation. And that being a popular tourist item, but so is Pia the Troll. She's been installed at Sakai Park. Picture to come in a moment. Sakai Park is that gold red star. It's in the green circle, which is representing the urbanizing area of Winslow, designated to grow. The park itself is directly across the street from the central campus of Bainbridge Island School District. That's our high school. Our middle school, our intermediate school, really 95% of our 4,000 school-age children are in walking distance of Sakai Park, and they are using it. The park itself is a 23-acre parcel purchased in 2016 with a bond by the community approved for an open space active park. In 2018, by way of a letter of retroactivity, we secured a WWRP grant for acquisition, and that dedicated further at least 17 acres of the site for active outdoor recreation. But on the island, within our 46 parks, we have no intentional outdoor education space nor nature play with curriculum. And this site is prime for both outdoor education and nature play with curriculum, given our partnership with the Bainbridge Island School District, again, who are nearby and wanting to come onto the property. The need for this project was spoken about throughout its park planning concepts. I have several of those to show you, but it's been consistently asked to have nature play and outdoor education. There's a real respect for the wetlands and the meadows that have been on this property. And so there's an idea of how to do both, how to have outdoor active recreation and active uses. But the biggest need is the high demand for a restroom and for more formalized parking. When I tell you 10,000 visitors a month are coming, they are, and they have porta potty facing them and lack of accessible parking and arrival points. So this project's scope is to actually formalize the parking area that we do have. I have a picture to show you of a gravel area, but really ideally it will have an ADA location, bus turnaround, and more formalized parking. We're committed to this project, but with the leveraging of WWRP funds, we're able to add 6 more spaces into a formalized area. The play area, we have already planned 1,200 square feet, but with our funding and yours, we're able to take the play area and expand upon it and its features. And then what's most been waiting for and already been permitted and such is a permanent restroom. We just need the funding for it. So lack of a lot of time here, I'll just show you that we have a footprint for a play area. We have an existing standard. We'd really like to double what we do. You can see that the square footage of the play area at 1,200 square feet is not well planned. It's because of our funding. We'd really like to turn this into an outdoor education space. With the idea with your funding, we'd be able to incorporate seating around the edges, maybe some other features. There's a youth here who's acting as a sundial. The idea is bring the school children and others into this play space, make it more interactive. You can see some of the items here that we're proposing and thinking about, particularly interpretive signage. It's a historic site in Bainbridge, and we really want to bring out not just the landscapes that have been there, but then the stories of the progressive landscape and the forest, for example. The play areas could be expanded a little bit beyond just that 1,200 square feet, especially along a sensory trail idea that we're still working on. But there's a need on Bainbridge to engage our neurodiverse. You can see some neat ideas here, including a learning microscope where you could bring items found at Sakai under glass. There's the permanent restroom. This is our standard. We'd rather use it. With your funds, we can go to this level at $100,000 restroom versus our homegrown standard, which don't have the life cycle that this would. So it's a part of our sustainability approach. I told you the parking area is informal. You can see the existing gravel with a youth walking through it. We'd like to turn this into, again, an arrival point that will work. In line with the theme of nature, education, and such, we might be able to do playful things like that bike rack, by log. We've done Project Fit. We've done a lot of planning for interactive landscapes. You can see this image from our planning processes. There's an idea to integrate play into a meadow, the family orchard, the Sky Family Orchard to keep it, but to note the progressive landscapes surrounding this very spot of the park. Perfect, we feel, for our environmental education. There's Pia, the troll. She brings a lot of people. Visitors are coming and they're learning about our site. We actually installed tennis courts in 2024. Just behind them, you can see parts of the meadow. That's the location of the play area, but the last picture shows some of the wetland complex. Also highly prized. It's part of and starting to link to a regional trail system. So Sakai, not only is it walkable to the trail, to the ferry, it's got active users, and it's got trail enthusiasts. So the project budget, you might be interested to see that we're really going as far as we can with a limited budget of $200,000. The permanent restroom is the majority. But we have already made a lot of progress. We have submitted the site plan and have the permits in hand for the play area, the restroom, and the parking. It's just a matter of committing these dollars to it. So we look forward to a match capitalizing on our CIP. Project engagement, it's going back to 2014. Sakai is the most talked about, most planned park we have. That has to do with that community early investment, but a lot of ideas that went into its planning. We ended up in 2019 coming to a feasibility and cost estimates of everyone's top 10 ideas. They included indoor recreation and such, to the point that we have evolved a concept plan with the community with constant reporting back, including in 2026, this year, priority to reinvest into what are we doing with the community to meet their needs. I just want to show you that we've been listening. The community has been very much involved. We had at least 3 large open houses. You can see a picture of one on the right, bringing together business interests as well as all the active users. The Squamish tribe were consulted in the process, and a third-party local firm led the planning process back in 2017 and 18, and we continuously review that. Our partners are active on the site. We've had, there's an image there of our student youth for, that's actually a partnership program, but it's part of having work parties on the property, bringing people there. I've mentioned already that the schools are active and wanting to do curriculum-based education in Sakai. So that's one of the highlights of our partnerships. Sustainability-wise, this project from the onset has been about trying to protect that space. It's very important on Bainbridge Island. The family estate, the Sakai farming story also is important here. So where we place this project is in the heart of that meadow and of an area of importance already cherished, but with the trail users who are in it, and bird watching and artwork has been planned. What else to say about that? The cost efficiencies, it's a lot for our small budget. You can see in the picture here, we had young people help us implant the rain garden, which is already installed for all these for these improvements that are spoken about today. Pre-approved permit process being that the restroom, the tennis courts, and the playground were all brought in under one permit. So we've got that. The tennis courts actually secured a USTA grant as well as community fundraising. It was not a project that the district had to afford other than its design and permit fees. So we leverage wherever possible our community fundraisers and our volunteer efforts as already referenced. Cost efficiencies include using areas already in place, the parking area to be improved. We use our own materials in our playground, as you saw, that standard of ours. So we're looking forward to extending, better choices with the extended life cycle of the CTX restroom. Thank you for letting me rush through that.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. Nice job. You're actually 2 minutes under, so good job just getting through it. Feedback from the committee. Ian, go ahead.
So on the very first slide, there was a picture that was sideways, and that kind of threw me off. So I don't know if that was just putting it together in a hurry or if there was an intention to that. And then on slide 3, there was a big, I didn't understand. I don't know, there's the Strawberry Hill Skate Park, and I was trying to figure out, is that related?
Thanks, Anne. That should say Sakai Park. It was just a...
okay. I was trying to figure out what that was.
Grabbed the wrong slide.
Thank you. Yep.
And then some of your slides had kind of too much information, and would be better to break them up into a few slides. Do less information per slide and make the graphics bigger and just kind of bullet the text, and that will help us out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Rebecca.
Hey, great job. I'm guessing you have power in place. I didn't see anything for utility costs. I know they're vault restrooms, but you must have power on site or something of that nature. But just wanted to check that. But I was looking at the
budget, and the budget in the presentation did not match the slides, specifically related to like the amount for play areas. I think on Prism it shows $25,000 for play areas, but the slide shows 35,000, and then the restroom showed 118. This shows 108. But just making sure that those align, whatever the amount should be. And then and the project engagement just seemed like it was kind of hard to digest all the data on the slide. And I think further down in the presentation we lost slide numbers. Yeah, there's no slide numbers here, so I couldn't reference the slide number. Just maybe it's blanked out over there, but I think it was down on the bottom left before next to play activation. But nice job though.
Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thanks, Jeff. It's going to be an exciting project.
Thank you.
This slide is actually, Anne had mentioned, very busy slides. This slide is very busy, so might be worth just kind of trying to simplify what it is was happening during each of those phases, or show that in a different way. And then I had a question around your cost efficiencies. I saw you had the tennis court in there as a cost efficiency, but I don't know if that's not within the scope of this project. So I don't think it can be counted as a cost efficiency. So yeah, community fundraising for the tennis courts was not, that's outside of the scope of.
That's right, it is, Rebecca. And I don't, technically it probably doesn't belong on the slide then, but the restroom was something that does support the tennis courts, and they went in as a development project together, but their funding isn't there. So I think I just need to be very careful how we talk about it.
Yeah, thank you. Other thoughts on this project? Anne, go ahead.
Did I hear you say that you have 46 parks? Was that right?
We do, yes, active parks.
That's a lot. Okay, thank you.
It's amazing. Yeah, But we tried to tell how this was a uniquely positioned one, and how the interest here is nothing that we've provided anywhere else. Outdoor environmental education has been requested time and time again, and we're excited that we're starting to work that path.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess kind of following up on that, I think it'd be good to talk about the proximity to the population of Winslow. The housing, what the density is now and what it's planned to be there, so people that can get access to that. I think you mentioned a little bit, but it looks like it's on the edge. But how in the schools and stuff like that. But emphasize that a little bit more. I'm interested in the easy access to these types of park experiences.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, final thoughts? All right. Looks like we're good. Well, thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, and Carl, let me just clarify. I'm sorry if it's so obvious to others, but it will be a 12-minute presentation in August?
Yeah, 12 and 8. They're 20-minute slots, but we do 12 minutes for the PowerPoint, 8 for feedback and questions.
Okay.
Yep.
That helps me readjust quite a bit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. All right, we'll see you in August.
Yep, thanks.
All right, folks, we've made it to a break. We're a little ahead of schedule. Let's see, you want to just stick on the schedule, come back at 2:45, or we can come back a little 5 minutes ahead, shoot for 2:40. What do you guys think?
Will the next city be ready if we start early?
Usually folks we tell them to log in, 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time, just to make sure. So we could try that. Why don't we come back at 2:40 and keep on moving. Hey, Valerie.
Hi, Carl.
How are you?
Doing fine. How are you doing?
Great, great. Down to our last two. You guys are our closers coming up.
Nice. End of your week. I'm sure it's been a long one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gone pretty well though, so
Good.
it's good.
Good.
Thanks for jumping on a little early.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. It looks like maybe Kurt is here as well. Hello, Kurt, if you're there.
Yeah, he's in the same room as me, so
Okay, gotcha.
trying to not get you some feedback, but if he needs to pop on, we can do that.
Okay.
He is here
Great.
too.
Great. Well, I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint. And then Valerie, you want me to pass controls over to you or I could advance slides for you? Either way is fine.
If I could control it, that'd be great.
Yep. Yeah, no problem. Can you see that okay?
I can, yeah.
All right, good. We'll just give folks one. There we go, 240. All right. Well, we're heading over to Pullman. Look at a skate park proposal. So, Valerie, let me find you. There you are. Click on the screen. That should activate it for you. Yeah,
Okay.
looks like it's working.
Great.
Cool. And then whenever you're ready, you can.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for this opportunity to present. My name is Valerie Weaver. I am the Grants and Special Projects Manager here for the City of Pullman. Kurt Damon, our Parks and Facilities Director, is also in the room with me. And today I will be presenting to you our skate park expansion at Spring Street Park project. Get oriented here. Oh, okay. So to get us oriented with our location, Pullman is over here in Whitman County in southeastern Washington near the Idaho border. And Spokane and Coeur d'Alene are about an hour and a half drive north of us. They are called out on that larger map there. Zooming in a bit more, here we have Pullman city limits. It's a city of over 34,000 and home to Washington State University. Our project location, Spring Street Park, is shown here in red and is very centrally located here within Pullman. And then in a bit further, we see Spring Street Park shown here with a yellow star. It is adjacent to downtown Pullman, which is highlighted in pink, and Washington State University campus, which is shown in red. And it's also a part of a recreation hub here in the middle of town, including parks, playgrounds, our city pools, pickleball courts, and our city playfields. And it's also tied in with an interconnected trail system that goes all through and out of town. And to introduce our project, through this development, we will add 7,500 square feet of new skate park space, which includes modern features, lighting, and amenities to create a safe, inclusive, and multi-use facility for skateboarders, BMX riders, scooters, covering beginners through advanced users. And this will be an investment in outdoor recreation, community health, and modernizing a unique and treasured amenity here in Pullman. And our goal is to transform an undersized and aging facility into a modern community asset. So for the need for the project, this is the only skate park in Pullman whose population skews much younger than a lot of places, including our college-age population and that adjacent college campus. The skate park is over 26 years old, built in 1999, and it's showing wear from decades of use and winter conditions. It is limited and outdated in its features, and it's also undersized. PublicSkateParkGuide.org provides a skate park adoption model formula for determining recommended skate park size based on population. And while there's variation there on those recommendations, we currently have less than half of what would be the recommended square footage for our population. In addition to being aged and undersized, the existing facility lacks a variety of features that would allow it to simultaneously serve any and all skill levels. So the skate facility layout limits progression and flow, and there's also no lighting, which limits usability during shorter daylight hours and affects the park's safety and security. And this project will directly address those gaps. And then also in terms of the project need, it was identified several years back and then started appearing in 2020 in the city's capital improvement plan and has been on that 6-year plan ever since. The need was further supported and clearly documented in our recently adopted Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Our PROS plan consistently identified the need to update aging facilities and expand recreation opportunities, particularly for youth and active recreation. For our project scope, we've got an existing park. Here's an aerial view of Spring Street Park. Restroom building kind of centrally located there. It's got a parking lot, paths and trails that interconnect citywide, including a connection to the popular Bill Chipman Palouse Trail, which goes over to Moscow, Idaho to the east. The skate park facility is on the east corner of this triangular site. And then the ground view here, the restroom building is on the right of this photo. So then to the west of the restroom, we have a large, gently sloped, grassy open area. So in between that restroom building and this existing stormwater swale is our proposed area of development. And those proposed improvements would include expanding the park westward and introducing modern skate features, including bowls, flat track elements, street features, and a continuous flow layout. It will also add lighting, seating, and landscaping to improve usability, safety, and the overall experience. We've got landscaping designed within the skate park facility itself, as shown in this schematic image. And then the project will provide active recreation for all wheeled skate park users and create a modernized multi-use outdoor space that can serve as a social and physical activity hub. Pardon me. For design fit, our project directly responds to our identified needs. It's going to create space for beginners while also supporting advanced users, improve visibility and safety, and provide accessible connections throughout the site. It also uses an underutilized space and brings more variety and modern features to the skate park. It also will bring the skate park, the overall skate park square footage up to the recommended size for our population based on the skate park adoption model formula. So we will go from 6,100 square feet existing skate park space up to 13,600 square feet with the expansion included. For budget, the total estimated project cost is $750,000, and that is based on a schematic design cost estimate developed by a professional landscape architecture firm. This estimate does include contingency and inflation as we plan for this construction to take place in 2029. It's also based on similar projects, and it includes everything from design, construction, and everything in between. The city does have familiarity with executing parks construction projects of many kinds, and we have a clear path to being construction ready in 2029. This has a little bit of a timeline of what that might look like, starting, we hope, with a grant award in 2027, followed by the design work and all of the reviews and approvals that will be necessary to get this project ready to start construction in early 2029. We're confident in that process and familiar with going through all of those processes, and then being ready to finish construction well before the end of 2029. Project engagement methods. Our PROS plan just came out last fall in 2025, and that process involved extensive and inclusive community engagement involving surveys, public meetings, focus groups, and stakeholder outreach. And the PROS plan is guiding this project development. Project engagement, our community input, community priorities, and need directly influenced our approach and the design to this project, especially the need for updates and expansion, modern features, reaching all ages and skill levels, and spaces that support social interaction. Shown here, we have a couple of public comments that were received on the skate park during the PROS plan community engagement. For partnerships, we've been working with Place Landscape Architecture out of Spokane in the development of the conceptual design. Pullman has a really close, unique partnership and integral relationship with Washington State University. And here at Spring Street Park, that includes overflow use of the WSU parking lot that's right across the street, which is a large parking lot that's free for public use on evenings and weekends. Through the PROS plan process, the involvement of local and regional partner organizations was very key and valuable. And that included some of these entities: College Hill Association, Pullman Civic Trust, Pullman Chamber of Commerce, Pullman School District, youth athletic organizations, and others. Additionally, our elected officials, mayor and city council, guide and solidify the development of our capital improvement plan, PROS plan, and support for this project as they work to represent all of Pullman's interests and needs. This project supports sustainability through multimodal access via trail connections, energy efficient lighting, and durable materials that reduce long-term maintenance. Landscaping improves shade, comfort, and ecological function. This project promotes active transportation and social connections. For cost efficiencies, this proposal includes 1/3 of the project funding coming from the city's Metropolitan Parks District, which was established by voters in 2002 and serves to fund improvements like this via a property tax levy. And this project maximizes efficiency by expanding an existing site, utilizing existing infrastructure, and investing in durable materials that reduce long-term maintenance costs. It represents a cost-effective way to significantly expand recreation access. So to close, this project transforms Pullman's only skate park into a modern, inclusive, and community-oriented recreational facility. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Great, thanks, Valerie.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thoughts and feedback from the committee. I'll go ahead, Ann.
If you could show the distance to the nearest other skate park, or maybe the nearest similar, one with similar features, I think that would help your need section. Because what I heard you say is there none other in Pullman, but maybe there's some in Moscow, or maybe there's none until Spokane. So that could potentially help you. And then a few other slides, like slide 20, I felt like that slide had too much information. It's better to maybe break that up into a few slides, because that's a lot to try to absorb while you're talking. There's words, there's pictures, you're talking. So if you could just make it a little easier for us to have a little less per slide.
Okay.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, great. Great project. Exciting. I'm sure the kids are going to love it. On the budget slide, you shared more of your project plan, not the actual budget. So, if you could,
Was the previous slide.
yeah, there's I don't know where the budget, yeah, okay, that's, okay. There was two slides that look like budget, so, yeah, this is fine, but I was
And
just,
this one too.
yeah, that one says budget too, so. The other question I had was just more like, I was left wondering what's happening to the old skate park. So, is that staying, or is in your expansion, are you including the old skate park square footage with this new skate park, or, so just having an understanding of what your plans are.
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't, it's not dependent on the grant, but it is helpful for context with the,
Right.
especially when you're talking about increased square footage. I'm not sure if that's with or without that old skate park.
Okay. Should I speak to these questions or concerns, or just take them down and for the next round?
Yeah, just take note. I am sort of, is this the old skate park on the right though?
Yep.
The lower
Yep.
right? Okay. Cameron, go ahead.
In the presentation, you talked about like a metric for skate parks per population. Just wondering in the next presentation if you could share what that is.
Yeah, include it in the slides. Is that what? Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Other suggestions? Melissa.
For sustainability, you mentioned that the landscaping promotes ecological function, but didn't really talk about how that connects. So I would recommend kind of maybe elaborating on that. And then I'd be really interested to see more data behind like the number of users, maybe more data beyond the 2 public comments. I believe that there's quite a bit of data from your guys' housing action plan and some of your previous plans and planning documents. So there might be already available data, but worst case scenario, go to the skate park and talk to the kids, right? So, but something like that really shows, the kids' interests. I feel like you mentioned that, that there's a lot of partners, right? But there didn't seem to be data to back up what you were saying. Because you know what you're talking about. We don't know what you're talking about. And the other thing that kind of caught me was you said that it's more inclusive, but there's, again, not really any data to show the need. We obviously want more inclusive. That's not the issue or anything. And there is no issue. You did a really good job, but I'd just like to see, I guess, in summary, more data. So,
yeah.
But yeah, awesome project. I know the city of Pullman the kids would really love it. And I think you did a great job presenting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Valerie, does that landscape feature separate the like beginner area from because you said you'd have both?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not as familiar with whether that is the intention of that. I think that I think part of the idea is we will have both the old and the new areas available, and that will kind of spread out the use
Okay,
as well.
so you are retaining the old one. It's just,
yeah.
Okay. Adding, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Great. Melissa, did you have something else? No? Okay.
I had one more question.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. I noticed that you're working with a landscape architect for the design, and my question was, have you benchmarked this actual skate park against with skate park vendors like Grindline or others who, just in terms of I don't know if the firm that you're working with has built skate parks before. Skate parks have very specific requirements and needs. So we're, understanding if you might just want to verify with some of
Verify their experience.
their experience. Yeah, I mean,
Uh-huh.
Grime Line is the kind of the most popular skate park provider, at least over where I am. And so they can give you cost estimate verification.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. We can try to reach out to them as well.
All right, thanks, Rebecca. Any final thoughts for Pullman? All right, well, thank you, Valerie and Kurt. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
See you in August.
Okay. See you then.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, folks, we got one more to go. Mo is here from Seattle, our closer.
And this is Rachel Banner. I'll be presenting
Rachel's here.
again.
Okay. Well, Mo's here too, but Rachel, you're presenting?
Yeah, I am. Mm-hmm.
All right. I saw Mo's name on the list, but
He is
great.
here. I think they're just watching.
Okay,
I'm here
great.
as moral support, Carl.
Excellent. Well, that is important. I appreciate. I need that. I need the help.
Yes, anytime.
Familiar face. All right. Let's see. There we go. Can you see that? Okay.
Yes, I can.
All right, Rachel. And should I hand controls over to you?
Let me yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Let me find your name in the list. You are. They don't put them alphabetical. All right, go ahead and click on the slide and that should work for you.
Do a little test. Let's see there. Yeah.
There we go.
All right. So yeah, my name is Rachel Banner and I'm a strategic advisor with Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I've been the planner on this Dr. Jose Rizal Park renovation project that I'll be presenting today. I live generally in the central area of Seattle, and so in addition to working in this park, I love to at least stop by and see how it's doing, and hear from neighbors and friends, their perspectives as well. So Dr. Jose Rizal, located within the state of Washington, King County, and in Seattle, and as I mentioned, kind of in central Seattle. It's located within Beacon Hill, on the north end of Beacon Hill. It's actually quite a significantly large park, but the area of our renovation is in sort of the upper active portion of the park, which I'll walk you through here in just a minute. Super diverse community, highly dense, and the last major renovation was in 1998, so in significant need of some upgrade and rejuvenation. It has an incredible viewpoint of the city of Seattle. It is also named after a Filipino really hero. They, akin to our MLK, Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Jose Rizal Park. And as you can see there, that is Dr. Jose Rizal. So a park really important to the Filipino culture and community. The goals of our project are to create a welcoming park, improve the accessibility. It's quite a sloped site, so accessibility currently is fairly difficult, but looking to improve that, highlight the view, which I mentioned, and really celebrate and honor the Filipino community through the park design. So diving into sort of why this park is important in this project in particular. Dr. Jose Rizal is that blue dot with the star in the middle, and you can see the neighboring parks. Those kind of that follow the highway are pretty much just a greenway. They don't have any active uses in them, and they are really close to the highway themselves. The park to the north, the Black Humay, is actually across the highway via a bridge. It is a newer park, but it is quite small, and it has one tiny little play element. And then the park to the south there, Beacon Hill Playfield, is the nearest playground. It really sits on that half-mile border, and it is the only playground of significant size that serves this entire community, as you can see here. So quite a need for more recreational space in the area. And most people in this area, especially around Dr. Jose Rizal, do not have their own backyards. So the park really does serve as the one place where they can go and recreate. Really underutilized viewpoints, as you can see in the picture below. Most of the view is from a parking lot and not the park. Really outdated recreation, which I'll show in here in just a second. Significant accessibility barriers, and a really pretty unwelcoming environment for people to go to this space. So here is the current playground on the left that we're looking to update. One of the more simple playgrounds that we've got, just a slide and some stairs, and low recreational use. There's some cultural representation, but looking to really highlight that and transform it into a more prominent cultural space for the Filipino community. When we went out to community, heard loud and clear, and it's fairly obvious when you drive by the park that safety is the top reason that folks don't go currently to Dr. Jose Rizal Park, but they would love to. The top reason they want to go is for the view. They're looking for more green space nearby that is accessible and that is well maintained. The other thing that's happening around this park is actually there's a new 160 unit affordable housing complex. Actually, it's that red and black building you can see on the hillside there. And it's estimated there's 500 new residents just in that building that is directly across the street. Multi-family, intergenerational building with a on-site childcare that serves 125 plus kids a day. They do have their own playgrounds, but given the number of kids who attend the daycare, not every kid is able to get out onto the playground every day because they don't have the capacity to do so. And they actually have in their curriculum a desire to do nature walks to the park, but don't have a park they can feel safe going to, or that has the recreational amenities they need in order to provide their kids. Finally, at this new housing development, there's also a senior day center that serves seniors from around the community. So as you can see, both from an asset perspective and from a community need, Seattle Parks and Recreation has included this in our park and open space plan and asset management plan for renewal. The project scope. So first I'm gonna orient you to the park a little bit more. On the down slope, all that green section, there are actually some fruit orchards and trails. There's also a dog park, and that borders I-5 as well as the Mountain Sits Down Greenway, which is down, again, down slope of that. On the top portion of the park, which we're focused on, there's that play area that you saw in the previous picture, a statue of Dr. Jose Rizal. There was a shelter, but it has since been removed, and our project will incorporate that area. And then there's also a restroom, which is currently under renovation as a separate project. And then a significant amount of parking, as you can see there from that image. So our scope is really focused on that upper portion again, where we'll be looking to really enhance that viewpoint, create an inclusive play area, better community gathering spaces where you could actually go and have, you know, a picnic lunch or join with your friends, improved accessibility and guardrails, increased green space and native landscaping. And I'll go into these each just a tiny bit more. As you'll notice, if you go around Seattle or other places where there's incredible views, there's often a railing that invites you to the edge to look at that view. And currently at Jose Rizal, there is not an edge. One could just go right over onto the steep slope on the other side. There's also really cracked, uneven paving, so it's just not as inviting. So our scope will look to put in a guardrail that is welcoming and inviting for people to go and enjoy that view, as well as enhancing gathering spaces. And we'll be using the area where the shelter was formerly as the largest area of that gathering space. And then utilizing the current area of the playground and expanding that, utilizing that slope, doing some hillside play, and expanding the play area. Improving accessibility throughout the site, and then specifically looking at the play area and entrances to the street and street crossings, increasing general green space, so having more lawn was a big desire of community, and then also doing more native plantings, connecting with that nature up on that upper portion of the park itself. So looking at how more into the details, I mentioned sort of creating that transformative viewpoint. So this is what it currently looks like on the left, primarily parking with very little space. Like as you can see here, no place to sit and enjoy a view. And then on the right are our other viewpoints in Seattle. So really transforming it to be comparable to those other viewpoints. Really amplifying the play. So you can see here on the left is the design for our new playground that actually incorporates elements of the Filipino culture and colors, opportunity to actually highlight the Filipino culture on one of the play panels, utilizing the hill for the slide. So it's not exactly as you'd see here, this is a generated image, but it would utilize the hillside here for the hillside for a slide, and that you could also climb up on, and it is fully accessible from the street. And then really amplifying the areas where community can gather. So this is kind of an example of what a festival layout might look like in the space. Currently, there's a jazz festival held by the Filipino community here every year, as well as a couple of additional festivals held throughout the year. So really wanted to make sure that the design worked with that festival use in addition to sort of more of that passive use as well. This is the pathway along the edge of the park where that viewpoint is. So really just looking to make it so someone could easily walk through there. They're not tripping hazards. You know, it's a pleasant park experience. And then there's an opportunity to also use that guardrail to highlight the Filipino culture. So I've been working with some Filipino organizations to think about how we can be creative in designing that rail so that it's fun, exciting, and inviting. As I mentioned, being creative about some of those gathering spaces. You know, we still haven't gotten down to the nitty-gritty details, but potentially opportunities to put in some swing benches, for sure opportunities for picnic tables and creative benches throughout the site, as well as just like having trash cans there for folks to place their trash. And then additionally amplifying those cultural elements. So I talked about the rail and Filipino festivals, and then having art that's reflective of the Filipino culture. So for the project budget, we're looking at $1,000 total project, $1.5 million project, $500,000 grant request. The cost estimate was put together by ProDems, a certified cost estimator, and then further refined and vetted by our in-house landscape architect, who is the designer on this project. We just finished our 30% and are moving into 60 and anticipate that we'll be ready to go to construction in 2027. So how did we get to this point? We've done quite a bit of engagement, sort of 3 different phases thus far, and we'll actually go back to community one more time to show them where we've landed on design. But this project started with a unique opportunity called Elevate, where we actually asked folks to envision what this park could look like if there wasn't, budget constraints. What would they want to see on this upper portion of the park? And from that, 5 different people submitted designs in which we pulled key themes to incorporate into our design. We also selected a community member from that to work alongside us in refining the design as we went through, and that is Eric Alepio here. He's actually since, because of our opportunity, gone on to get his master's in landscape architecture. So a unique opportunity to this project. We also then did an outreach at the park, which you can see here on the right. And we also partnered with El Centro de la Raza to go to their Dia de los Muertos event. They are a key community partner in this neighborhood. So have had over 250 people engaging. And as you can see here, some of the key priorities from that. Enjoying the view, enjoying nature, followed by those social group activities, and finally, that more active use. So Eric Alepio here, continue to hear and are continuing to work with the Filipino community to pull in those cultural elements. And we're working with the Rizal Park and Bridge Preservation Society, as well as a group called the SEEK Lab, which is a coalition of different Filipino organizations that have actually come together around this park. I mentioned El Centro de la Raza, and then SCIPTA is the affordable housing developer of the building that I mentioned, and so we've been partnering with them as well. Sort of looking into how this project really creates a sustainable place. We're removing over 4,000 square feet of impervious surface through the project, removing that parking and replacing it with trees and grass and native plantings that are climate adapted, improving space for for events, gatherings, and festivals, increasing stewardship in the park, and then finally, really improving those trail connections that I mentioned. So the Mountains to Sound Greenway runs parallel to this park and connects to the park. Through the design, we will really be reducing a lot of the maintenance costs and making it easier for our team to maintain and create a welcoming space, and then increasing access to free recreational opportunities. We've already done a number of things to begin to improve the park. So as I mentioned, the shelter was already removed. We're working on a restroom renovation currently, but also our conservation corps has been improving the trails on the downslope side of the park. And finally, we received $1 million grant from King County to partner together on this park project. I'm super excited about this project. The park has so much potential, and honestly, with the amount invested, so much opportunity available in what we could achieve with this vision. So I appreciate you joining us today, and happy to hear your feedback.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate that. All right, just so you ran about 4 minutes over, so you definitely need to tighten that up for evaluation. But committee comments, suggestions? Anne, go ahead.
I think it would be helpful in the needs section if you could show the demographics of the neighborhood, like show that visually with some graphs or charts. I don't remember seeing that. And then slide 9, where you're showing the new housing development, that one, I wasn't sure where the park is in relation to those. And I don't know if you could maybe mark it on the slide, because even if you said it, I missed it. And then later on, I was wondering, do people have to cross all those freeway sections in order to get to the park? So that would have been helpful. Because I believe the park's actually fairly close to those from later information. That's all I had. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. I had the same thought. I think it's right here in
Yeah.
by the bill. Yeah, but maybe like a big red arrow or something just to. At first, I thought like, oh, we're sitting in the park looking across at the. Anyway, Rebecca, go ahead.
First off, thanks, Rachel and Mo. This is exciting to see. One question actually on slide 8. You actually use the waterfront overlook walk as after renovation. I think that's kind of not a comparable. So it might be better to use one of the other images that you have for like you had Cary Park or others. Those are more comparables than this. And so for someone who knows about these things, might not the best comparison for what it's going to look like after renovation. So that's one piece. It was more distracting to me. The other thing was in the project scope, and just a question. I know this park is incredibly damaged and impacted by illegal activity, unhoused folks, etc. You didn't touch on that at all, and how this might address some of that. I don't see any lighting in the project, and have some degree of concern or question around, that you spoke to the safety, like that people don't feel safe taking their kids to the park, but it wasn't really clear to me how these renovations are actually going to resolve that safety issue. Specifically if there's no lighting or other safety issues parts. So, I mean, certainly a new design is going to be good, but that may not resolve the safety issues that exist there, which are pretty complex. So, those are my 2 thoughts.
Great, thank you, Rebecca. Other feedback for Seattle?
Rebecca, if I may, this is Mo.
Sure.
Yeah, so on the safety piece, and I just want to pick your brain on this one. To me, it looks like the strategy is twofold. The first one is activate the park. There really is no active recreation in the park. And one of the things we've learned in Seattle is, activating parks with positive activity really makes a big difference. And the other one is the way the parking, it's kind of hard to see here, is set up. It's like it's a drive-through. And that really encourages unwanted behavior because you can kind of drive in and drive out very easily. Whereas the new design will just have a one-way, one entrance. You go in, you park, and you have to get out. So it's not. It discourages that kind of exchange that might happen in the park with a different design.
That would be
Does that
helpful.
does that speak
helpful
to the
know.
safety issues that you're
Yeah.
wondering about? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got a number of points we can include in there, Mo.
Yeah, perfect.
And then I mean, just the thought. I mean, I think because Rachel spoke to the fact that there's people don't go there because they don't feel safe. I know many people like that. How is this going to address that need? And I guess is the real question. So, I mean, some of that sounds like the entrance is obviously not part of the scope of this grant. But the fact that you are doing that will be part of it. But then also, what else is happening for safety features?
Yeah. I also think I'll put in like our partnerships with who we're coordinating with to improve safety generally in the area.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Melissa, go ahead.
Rebecca hit all of my points, but one thing that I would request is, since you did hit safety so much in the beginning, but you didn't talk about it until towards the end or the middle, I think that it would be really beneficial to understand the severity of it. As Rebecca said, it really speaks to the need. And then of course, following that up with how you're handling that. But I definitely, you said safety and you kept saying safety in the beginning, and I was like, it must be the rail is not safe because there's no rail. Got it. The cliff. And then because very purposely don't go to Seattle outside of events. So I don't, I have no concept of where is, where is less safe and where is more safe. So just kind of getting into that more would be, I think, really beneficial.
Good, thanks, Melissa. Other thoughts? All right. Well, thank you very much, Rachel and Mo. Appreciate it. We'll see you back here in August.
Thank you all.
All right. Yeah. Have a good night. All right, folks, we've reached the end, so give me just a minute. Advisory committee members and staff want to hang out for a bit. We will wrap up the recording and the meeting. So that ends day 4 and the end of our technical review for 2026 Washington Wildlife Recreation Program, local parks category. We super appreciate all of our advisory committee members being here to help us review all these projects. I think there were 60 or 62 over the last these 4 days. So it was a busy several days, but we super appreciate it. So yeah, thank you very much.